I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Friday to you. Happy holidays to everyone. Hopefully, you had a great Thanksgiving if you celebrated that. And if you don't celebrate that and you're in a different country, welcome to your weekend. Hope you're doing well. And I'm excited. We were on last night and we did announce a couple winners um, for a free 15-minute personal recorded reading. And those we'll have two more tonight as well. After we complete the stream, I will post that for the winners. So if you're interested, just be on the lookout. I'm going to pull a winner from the donors and a winner from the free readings as well. So we'll be doing that. But before we get into all that, let's bring in some beautiful love energy. And we'll do that by first taking a big deep breath to come back to this moment right here, right now. And then we'll bring in energy with the singing bowl as per usual. So if you'd like to join me, we'll take a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and then slow release. That helps bring us to the now, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos of the outside world, coming back to right here where we have unconditional love and joy and peace and gratitude. So if you'd like to join me in doing that, let's start with a big deep breath in. So here we go. Big deep breath. Beautiful. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as I hit the singing bowl, we can just imagine a beautiful waterfall of unconditional love energy flowing down to fill us up into our minds and our stories, our hearts and our emotions, our physical bodies and all our blood and cells, into our energetic body, our chakras, our auras, meridians, all of that, just filling us up, raising the vibration of all of that, and then flowing out to the outside world to let it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. So, as we're doing that, you can think of just one thing that you're grateful for, sincerely grateful for in this moment, and that raises our love vibration, but it also magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. It opens us up as a conduit of receiving. So it's a win-win, win-win, win, right? All right. I will hit this 3 times. I'm not sure how loud it is each time. It varies by where I hit it, and I try to hit it in the right same spot, but sometimes it's loud and sometimes it's quiet. So beware of your ears as we begin, right? So remember gratitude. Here we go. She's still going, going, going. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for joining me in doing that. Beautiful energies. It just brings us to a wonderful place, don't it? All right, let's put her back on her shelf back here. Let her watch over us. So, hello, everybody. So good to have you all here. Hopefully, you're enjoying your moments. These amazing, me, meow, meow. All the cats in the house. Hey, cat got us. We got cat Mia. Cat got us. We got the cats. Here's the cat skeleton today. um, so, welcome everybody. I'm so glad to have you here. Like I said, if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. So, welcome, welcome. So happy that you're able to join us. There's always room for more Zen friends. So, we try to make this a safe space of high love and high laughter. So, welcome. Two things we can definitely use. And we have a bunch of our Zen friends who do have huge hearts and great senses of humor. So I'm grateful. You can laugh with me or at me. I don't care. As long as we're laughing, right? If you want to know how the whole process works, down in the description box of the video is the full explanation. Basically, donations do get first priority. So if anyone makes a donation, we do step out of the free readings, dive deeper, meaning that we pull more cards for those too. And then you also get a fortune cookie. Tonight, if you make a donation, the first donation, you get a little oracle from the Fairy Wisdom Oracle. And then any additional one you do get from the Elemental Energies. It's a little short, little blurb of a card. So but we do that. And if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. We do have the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. And I don't have any set dollar amount. So whatever you want to give from your heart is the perfect amount. I do honor that. If we don't get to any free readings by 2.5 hours in, I do step away from donations and complete free readings, at least 30 minutes of them, and then I return back to any donations if there's any outstanding. We always finish those same day. What else? What else? Oh, after each of the streams, we do post a pinned comment listing the order of all of the readings that were completed with timestamps. So just click on that timestamp, takes you right to your reading. And I also tonight, after I'm done with the stream, I'm going to pick 2 winners. If we have donations, I haven't had any donations yet. If we have donations, I'll pick a winner from there. If I don't, then we won't pick any winner from there. But we will also pick a winner from the free readings. Last night we had Patty, 227. She was the donations winner. And then the free reading winner was Premia Abidal, 3201. So I will post it in the pinned comment who the winners are, and then also on my social media. So we'll be giving away every session this weekend, and I'm on 5 times. So last night, tonight, and then of course tomorrow morning, tomorrow night, and Sunday, we'll pull at least 2 winners from each session. Oh, and if you haven't got into the full moon giveaway for the remainder of the year, I am also having a drawing every new moon and every full moon. So here's the full moon drawing in the chat. Also, it's in the description box of the video. If you want to check that out, the current giveaway will be listed there always. So you can always come back to it and the most recent stream and dive into the description box of the video, and it'll be right there toward the top. But I'm giving away a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love, whichever you prefer with that. Everything is on sale for the remainder of the year. So all of my personal readings, I do personal readings, both live and recorded, where you send me your questions and then I record it and send you the video as well. Those are on sale, and my hedges of peace are on sale until the end of the year as well. We also had a new episode of The Easier Path come out. So if you haven't checked that out, here's the link for that. The playlist is always in the description box of the video too. This one was about changing people. It's really, really interesting. I quote some from The Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins, and such an amazing book. I used to have 2 extra chapters that she has, one about children and one about workplace, so I'm gonna read those 2. They were bonus ones, but I finished the book. It's amazing when you, like, make a commitment, like, every day I will read a chapter, and I'll do it in the morning, I'll put it on my calendar, and then I finished a book that's been sitting there for months and months. But I have a whole shelf. I don't yeah, you can kinda see over here, there's all the to read books, so we'll be reading some of those. All right, I think that's all the skinny that I wanted to talk about. So we will get into that. We don't have any donations, so we will jump into free readings. I'm going to be using the deck I used last night, which is the Daydream Tarot deck here. And that's what we're going to use. It's a nice little whimsical deck. So I had a coat on, has all this lint on my shoulders. All right. So welcome everybody. Thanks for all the thumbs up already too. I'm so grateful. It helps spread the Zen love. It's something everyone can do to show a little love to me and to my channel, and it helps spread the Zen love. And you're part of the love tsunami when you do that. So thank you so much. I'm so grateful. And we will shuffle these up and we will get into it here. Let me just back out of that thing there. All right. All right. So let us dive in. We've got musical beer up first here. So musical beer. Let's grab your timestamp here. We'll put it down yonder. There we go. And you want to know, does the physician know about the anonymous positive recommendation I wrote about him in Reddit? Like, did someone tell him? It's anonymous, right? Let's take a look here and see. One, do they know about it, that it was you? And maybe if so, how did they find out about it? So do they know King of Swords, the all-knowing one coming in here? So there is knowledge. They're aware of the positive recommendation there. And it's interesting. Let's see, did someone tell them? No, Queen of Cups, intuition. Great amount of intuition. It's so funny. It's the King of Swords, which is the master. All the kings roll over their suit, and all kings get a second portion of swords. So double swords, and the Queen of Cups, all queens get cups. So ruler of Queen of Cups, she's the master of emotion. So very empathic individual. And I don't feel like anyone told them, but by how it was said, they have this idea. It's like they don't know beyond a shadow of a doubt, but they've got a feeling, and so they're aware of the recommendation, and they saw it, and they're like, "Hmm, by something that you say in there, how you say it makes them go, I wonder if it's you." And so I feel like they do have, an inkling, but they don't know beyond a shadow of a doubt. But they've got like a hunch is the word I was looking for. They have a hunch that it's you because of something that you said that they recall from your guys' interactions. So that's interesting, right? So that's what they have for you at Musical Beer. So many blessings to you. Hey, Lucky, welcome. Good to see you. Hello. All right, Ateshi Singh, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom, boom, boom. You want to know, why are you so upset about Jay-Z, who's just a good friend that's not responding? Oh, okay. Let's take a look here. I bet you're going to get some swords in here. Some swords cards. Is that what's going to come in here? Maybe. We'll see here. Swords are about thoughts and expectations kind of energy. Or wands, Ace of Wands. This is the upsettedness. And the Chariot. Not what I was thinking. Uh, because this is, look at in the full moon energy. You might be sensing the full moon next week already in Gemini. But the Ace of Wands does talk about, a lot of energy that's going on right now. And with this, well, that could make sense that when I was thinking air and swords, the full moon in Gemini, that happens next week. It is in Gemini. Yeah, I verified that last night. So I do feel like it's this um, desire for communication, and there's even Gemini. It's more siblings, but it can be friendships too. But there is this energy, and the seven of the chariot is ruled by the moon. So I feel like it's moon energy is what's really expanding it. I don't feel like you normally would be so upset about it, but it would bother you, but it's really bothering you because of this moon energy that's just expanding here. Something that you can do with this chariot card, the power of choice, is because you're learning through this. When I want them to respond to me and they're not, and then I'm starting to get upset, it's a good reflective energy. And I feel like you kind of feel safe, with them. And so, of course, how they say we only hurt the ones we love. It's because we tend to be more, I guess, what is it, safe or more expressive of ourselves. And so to other people, we may not get upset, but we know that they love us and, friendship, love, right? And that they'll be more put up with more from us. But I feel here with the chariot, it's instead of choosing to focus on what they're not doing and expanding that, and that's where think about everything that you love about them. Think about times that you've had together, times they have communicated, and just go, I love them. I'm so grateful they're in my life, and I'm grateful for this, that what they do, and I'm grateful for this that we did, and I'm grateful for this about them, you know, and I feel like that sending that energy, to them, um, because that opens us up to attract more of that. But if we're focusing, we're kind of building up that energy, especially with this full moon being very present here in these cards. It's like, yeah, let's balance that out. The Gemini twins, right? Let's balance. The twins, actually, I didn't know this till like earlier this year. There's this one of the twins is the human side, and the other twin is our heavenly side, the two of us. So on one hand of the when we go and we're in here, we're in the human side, the grr and the expectations and the disappointments and trying to control other people, and they need to do these things and defining ourselves by their actions. And then we flip up to the other and and then we look at from joy and laughter and play and gratitude and unconditional love. So you can switch that out. But I feel like a big piece of it has to do with the moon going on right now. That's just kind of sending you over the edge. So hopefully that makes sense and resonates. That's what they have for you. So many blessings, Ateshi. All right. Hey, Olivier. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. All right. So Brenda Globy, you are up next. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. So when will KTH and AS physically meet? All right, let's do a when here card, and we'll based on current energies, because it's always fluctuating. The future. I have to do one of my podcasts. Let me write that down because I keep on thinking of it, and then but his son keeps forgetting. So I got to write it down. I got my little post-it notes. Yep, that's me. Post-its. Um, Let me put here episode on the path, the possibilities path. Ooh, maybe that's the title as I write and my microphone shakes. But the possibilities path is about, there's so many. It's almost like a giant vein system, but it's a map with millions of different outcomes, right? Millions of different past possibilities. And depending on what we're deciding from moment to moment, takes us no one maybe in the very beginning we had paths that were like "Psst," and they were like that was interesting but that so we started our paths are like this now, you know because they're more exciting, it's more of an adventure, but every moment we're making choices that alters our destination, right? All right, so all that said, all right, thank you. Boom. We have the Hermit card. August 23rd to September 22nd. So that's next year. There's some hermiting and some guidance going on here first. The energy I pick up with the card is when it's that far off, it just means, there is progression being done. It's about seeking truth and getting clarity around oneself. Hermit is I'm alone on purpose to raise my love vibration. And the more we raise our love vibration, the faster things are and it'll draw it in. Right now it's like a year away, almost a year away. And as fast as the year's been going, it's not really that it's really not really that far away. Excuse me, right? Because what it's November 28th, so it's what 7 months, if that away. So it's not really as far away as it sounds, but um, that's what we're looking at here. But I do sense that they are doing a lot with that hermit card. It is my alone time, and I kind of feel like I'm in, both of them. I feel might feel like they're in solitary confinement. Why can't I get together with people? Why do I feel like I'm just being drawn inward into my shell, not outward yet? But again, the more they shed thoughts and beliefs and emotions and energy and things in their life that don't serve them anymore, the faster it'll go and the sooner that they could meet. But right now we're looking at, what, 8 months from now, 7 months from now, if you can, yeah, around there. So I know, fun, right? All right. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Libby, let me grab your free reading. I'll add you onto the list here. And lucky you put something, but you retracted it. So it went away. So I'll grab yours when you repost it. All right. So user PC, you are up. Look, you got 2244. Look at your little power numbers coming in. Boom, boom. You want a reading X, which for you means a general reading, right? So let's take a look here. Let's see, what does Spirit want you to know right now? All right. 3 cards. Boom, boom, boom. So you do have the 2 of Pentacles. Yeah. And now I know why you got 3 cards, because you've got this decision coming up in the physical world here. Which way do I go? Which way do I go? It's like, I'm going to go this way or this way. So this is a decision to be made in the outside world. And it's funny, I never noticed this before. It almost looks like an owl. Who, you. So it might have to do with like a who, but let's take a look here. On one side, yeah, you've got the devil card. So there is this work energy. There is this path of like significant letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore. It's like a really rattling of your cage. That is this energy of, you know, it's freedom, because we don't realize we're in a cage until it's rattling, right? And then we're like, "Oh, I didn't even see, I got so used to being in here, I didn't realize there was bars holding me in." And then you hear a creak and you turn around and the cage door, or the cage door, the jail door, the little, I guess it is a cage door, it was open all along. It doesn't have a lock. It doesn't even have a lock on it, because it's something we formed, right? But because it was creaky and you realized, I didn't even know there was a door back there. And then that gives you this awareness to really significantly step out, right? So you've got that energy, which 5 + 1 is 6 of the devil card 15, but you also have the 6 of Swords on the other hand. Now, the 6 of Swords here, minor arcana versus major arcana, right? So I feel like you're coming to this point of going, am I ready to really do the big shadow work item? Or am I just ready to take some of the stuff? It's like, am I just going to do paint some trim on something instead of paint the entire wall or paint the house, right? I'm just going to paint a wall right now. So you have a choice. One will bring you to a place of temporary peace. The other one, it's going to be and you're all about doing your work and facing, you're not afraid of doing shadowy things. And I'm a Capricorn rising. I love doing the work because with Saturn, which is what the devil card energy is, you get a reward. It's not just do the work. or else it's do the work. Here's the reward. And the reward, quite a bit of it is freedom. So I do feel like you have a choice coming up. You can be like, am I going to go one more time? I'm going to just kind of put a band-aid on something and that'll hold it for another round, around merry-go-round. And then I'll determine if I want to leap off the next time around. So I feel like you're coming up to that point. It's gonna be like a biggie thing to look at or, maybe next time. But there's no wrong choice, which is good, right? So I feel like that's what they want you to know is just a preparation that you don't have to do it. There's no pressure to it, but it is for you. And so if you're ready, you won't be doing it alone. All right. So that's what they have for you, user PC. So many blessings to you. Sorry, I'm crunching my cough drop. All right, Lucky, I see yours there. Let's grab that. And hey, MM, I'll grab yours as well. Hello, hello. Good to see you. All right. Okay, we'll continue on here. We've got Cat Mia at 27 even. Look at that. All right. And you want to know what's my FS work at slash career? FS work at T. I'm thinking you're asking, like, what's your future with work and career? Maybe. Let's take a look here. Spirit knows what you're asking. So it comes through here. So we've got work and then we've got career. All right. Got two for that one. So work, which is doing the work, you have the high priestess here. Yeah, regarding work, there's this message with the high priestess. She goes like away into her high priestess temple to see things more clearly and to have some hidden things revealed, especially as she dives deep into her emotions. So I'm getting this nudge with this. It's about pursuing my work, but the work is from my heart, not from the mind. The mind and the heart think very differently, act very differently because the mind thinks, the heart feels, but the mind forms later. Our heart forms first, our emotional side. And then our mental side forms first. First 7 years of our life, second 7 years of our life. Then our body, the third 7 years of our life. But the heart knows, like, it wants to do something and it wants to live. The mind just wants to control and feel safe and exist. And you know the difference in your life. If you feel like you're just existing, we're following the mind that has a lot of fears and supposed to be and should be some rules of try not to let people down, try not to embarrass ourselves or whatever, blah, 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 whatever the little whispers tell us, right? But the heart is like, I want to live. I want to fill up and share this love with the world in my own special, unique way. And that's what this high priestess, it's like drawing you away from the chaos to really think and go, what is it that I want to do? How do I want to express myself to the world instead of just exist? Career wise, you've got the temperance and the six of wands. Yeah. And they're like, things are slowly unfolding. It's like alchemy. Like things are moving. Your heart has been nudging you more towards its direction from the mind. Slow, because the mind freaks out if you move too fast. Like, what are you doing? But the heart has like been nudging you slowly over time. Six of Wands, igniting passion, one bird at a time here. Just slowly, it's been becoming more and more uncomfortable in doing the jobs that you're doing, and it feels like just more and more uncomfortable. And that in uncomfortability, I guess is a word, is beginning to outweigh your fears of going into something new, doing something different. Because when we wake up in the morning and going, oh crap, I got to go live my dream today, we know we're not living our dream. We're living a dream that someone else gave us. And we're more apt to, give that up faster. But when we're living our dream from our heart, nothing's going to stop us. We're just going to continue whatever we need to do to get to it. And then even each step we're taking in our dream, because it's not about the outcome with the dream, it's the dream is about living it day to day. Every step you take towards growing your dream is living your dream. The other has like an outcome that we're never reaching. It's like a carrot on a stick that's moldy and it has flies and it's all dried up because it's been out there forever and we never get it. It's always being moved further, right? It's always away from us. So I love that. Even on the bottom of the deck, you have the Three of Pentacles, which is about, being true to your authentic self, not trying to be what everyone else wants you to be kind of energy. So I feel like they're saying if you keep headed the direction that the mind is, you'll feel like you're existing. And eventually you'll just get so sick and tired of it that you will choose and follow your heart eventually. You can either take the long scenic route or the faster route, which spirit is, since you're asking them, they're nudging you to follow your heart now, and that'll lead you to feeling like a more full life kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense, Katmia. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Touch of Love came in. Hello, Touch of Love. Let's grab your question, add you to the list here. And we got Tim. Hey, Tim Delajam. Hello, hello. Good to see you too. I know, right? Temporary food coma. I'm I think I have leftover food coma. I didn't have turkey. I had rotisserie chicken, but I'm still kind of like I could take a nap. I could take a nap. In fact, I didn't do a cheers to everybody. Let's have some nice little coffee with some mushroom powder in here. Maybe that'll wake me up. But cheers. All right. So we will continue here. So up next, we got Dollface Diva. Hey, Diva. Here's your timestamp. And you'd like a general, please. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? Okay, we got these here. Ooh, got the Moon card and the Two of Pentacles coming in here. It's an interesting energy. I'm really getting this because, Moon energy, of course, is very emotional, but we have a full moon next week in Gemini, which is the twins. And I feel this is a big day for you next week. Full moons are about release. We can do big release ceremonies. It's like, what are we ready to put out by the curb to be picked up by the trash people and taken away? Because we're done with it. It's things no longer serving me. And that can be thoughts and beliefs. It can be emotions. It can be, you know, emotions that don't serve, dare I say emotions, energy, even physical things, purging, literally putting things out to the trash can or donating or selling them on eBay or whatever we want to do. But there's this big purging energy to help balance. It's like I'm seeing scales and some stuff piled up and it's removing things off so that it can and bring in some balance. But it's time to release some things, especially in the physical world with the pentacle suit here, but it could be emotional things tied. In fact, it's like if there's something that every time you look at it, you think of someone that, and then you have sad feelings or, oh, or angry feelings or whatever it may be, that's housing the energy. It's triggering it. And it's like, I don't need this anymore. I'm going to release this. Either release the emotions if you want to keep the thing or chunk the thing and the emotions will go with it too. It's like that act of getting rid of something in the physical world helps bring balance for you. So I like that for you. Hopefully that resonates for you, Diva. That's what they have for you right now. It's a good time for release ceremonies next week on December 4th for the full moon in Gemini. So that's what they got there for you. Many blessings. Absolutely, Tim. Let me grab your oh yeah, no, we just started 30 minutes ago, so you're good. We're pretty light. I don't have any donations this evening yet, so we already started free reading, so we're zipping right along. No problem at all. Let me get these other ones set up here. And we will. There we go. All right. Got to put my little squiggly lines in there. All right. So up next, we got Livier Vagara. So let's grab your time stamp here. Got 3544. And you're like a general reading for the coming month. I know, December. Can you believe December is like, this is the last weekend of November? Next week, boom, here we go. Well, you got two cards coming in. Well, you got the Empress and the Six of Wands. What a beautiful, beautiful energy. The Empress is all about birthing new things, harvest. It's a bit of Mother Nature, Nurture yours. So really nurturing yourself, making choices for you is a good energy for December. And know that, like, when you fill up and you're overflowing, what you're giving, the overflow is delicious. It's the nectar of the gods. When we give to everyone else first, like we plug them in and we force out, because people can't suck energy from us. We have to give it. So we plug them into us, and then we send out all this energy. Then we're exhausted. Then we can begin to become resentful, and it's sour, bitter waters that are below, at the bottom of the barrel that they're getting, and they're just like, well, and if we stop giving everybody everything first, make sure we're full, then when they get the overflow, they're like, "What is this? Oh my god, this is so good. I'll take a drop of this over barrels of that sour, bitter water that we were getting before." And it's like, yeah, it's amazing. It's such a different energy. And I feel like that's a big piece of December for you with that. And then behind you, here's you. Behind you with the Six of Wands is all this support, all this victory. There's like it's like they got your back. They're keeping you from falling backwards. They're protecting. And this is like, I feel like this is all these birds. I just feel like this energy of spirit, and spirit is saying, we got your back. We got your back. Move forward, fill up, find your love. Let us fill up your cup with the love from above, and let it be full and overflow. But feels like December is a month of focusing in on your growth, on things that you need. Everyone else comes second. I know it sounds selfish, but unless you have a child who can't take care of themselves, then, of course, we're going to care for the children to make sure that they survive. But after that, it's all for me, right? And in a healthy way, um, of course, which one of the phrases that I heard in my life, that just because I used to be a huge, huge over giver. If you guys think I give a lot now, I used to go unhealthily giving away. Um, which you probably heard in some of my podcasts. But the one of the phrases was, the greatest gift you can give the world is a healthy, full, overflowing you. And I was like, it is. It's a gift that we give the world, instead of, you know, give them the heebie jeebies and fear. Oh, here they come. But anyway, so I love that for you. So that's a little bit of December there for you. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Lucky, you are up. Whoops. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. And you want to know, will you have the opportunity to meet the actor? Oh, Vin Diesel. If yes, might there be a when? The production of the last Fast and Furious film is in New York, your hometown. Curious if there's a connection. All right, now let's take a look here. We'll use the when cards here, and that we will wreck two cars with one stone. This is going to be the last one, you said? Well, supposedly it's going to be the last one. And then we'll see if there's a connection here too. All right, thank you. All right. Well, we have the Six of Wands that's coming in here, which is a victory card. Six of Wands, and it's about being raised up and being seen. Um, and the dates are August 12th to February 9th, and also July 29th to January 16th. So both of those times, are we're in it right now. This is the Jupiter in Leo. Isn't that amazing? Jupiter, with the 6 of Wands here. That's what I love about the learning cards. I learn a lot about cards through these. But Jupiter, of course, is the planet of expansion and luck. Lucky. um, and Leo energy is about being seen and this fieriness. Well, you also got the King of Wands, so more fire energy along with the Six of Wands and all that. King of Wands is there's you have the ability to meet them with this, but it's you having to choose and you putting energy and making a plan, kind of thing where that you'll be able to be. Um, I feel like you'll know people that are related to the production and you're able to be near where they're filming. And then he's a very giving, generous, huge-hearted person. I love his energy that I pick up when I watch his films because I connect with the actor's energy outside of the character they're playing, and you can just sense this huge heart, very protective person. But but I feel like you can meet them that way. I don't feel like there's a connection, more so than meeting them as a fan. I don't feel like there's um, any kind of like past life energy or, this love energy, anything like that, romance, or and if that's what you're meaning here with connection. But I do feel like you have the ability to meet them and to talk with them. And I feel like if you don't want to just be a regular fan, to be prepared to ask them something, say, hey, um, just curious, what's your most blah, 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 blah? And they're going to be like, what? Yeah. It's blah, blah, blah. And they're like, that's great. So you probably know more about them um, than maybe some others if you feel a connection with them. But I feel like if you ask them a question that's, not offensive, but also unique is a good word, then I feel like that'll help you stand out a little bit with them. But I don't feel like there's anything beyond just like meeting them and then they go on to doing their other whatever else they're doing kind of energy. But that's what's coming in for you, Lucky. So many blessings. All right. And then MM28, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And you'd like a general for next week. All right, let's take a look here and see what we got going on here. What does Spirit want you to know about next week? All right, I do feel like we got this one and this one. I'm going to give you a third one. Let's see. Is there a choice energy coming in here? Maybe, 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 maybe. Yeah, there is. So you do have this Two of Cups energy that's coming in. This is like emotional choice energy that's coming in here. And it's a really and this was that choice I was thinking about. I'm like, you got 3 cards, and so you have choices between 2. You have this King of Pentacles energy, which I feel like this is like a if it's not romance that you're looking for, then this has to do with friendships or connections of some sort. It feels like the spotlight is very much on relationships for you next week. So when we're looking at this, you do have the King of Pentacles, which is someone that looks they're abundant in the outside world, right? They look good, they've got stuff and finances and money, and we're like, all right, very solid in the world kind of energy. And then you have the Ace of Cups, which is a new person that offers more emotion for you. The King of Pentacles feels more sensual, like it would be like Taurus energy, where they're all about the senses and the physical world, not emotional or mental. Just kind of wants more things and experiences in the physical world. And this other person, this Ace of Cups, is more someone they might not have all that stuff, but they're able to give love. It's almost like there's a yeah, I mean, it's the difference between like a king and an inventor who doesn't have a whole lot, but they have passion for life and they're able to share emotion in there as well. And it's like, well, I want someone that has both. Well, then there's always a third option too, which is none of the above, right? But I feel like next week for your reading, you do have two individuals that come across your path. Someone that offers you emotion, the other person that offers you maybe security. But just know that with one, you'll like they will give you a piece of their heart. The other one wants you to be part of their possessions. And I feel like you know who's who. All right. So that's what they have coming in here for you for next week. So that is what they have right now for you. So many blessings to you. All right. We got Marie Selentine in. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I'll grab your question, add it to the list here. Take another quick sip here. Cheers, everybody. All right. So, Touch O Love, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. So, what does Spirit have for you today? Let's take a look here. All right. Thank you. All right. Well, you've got the Six of Pentacles and the Star. There's a great balancing energy that comes in with this here. Six of Pentacles, normally you'll see someone with scales on there, and it's about the giving and receiving, the equal giving and receiving energy. And the Star card, in addition to kind of representing our higher self and like a bright twinkle star that bright shines bright in the dark skies, can't see the stars. Yeah, this give and take energy. You can't see the stars during the day. You can only see them at night. And so everything unfolds for us to allow us this energy. And I feel like balance here is very important for you in your life right now. And because the star card in the original tarot, you'll see the big star and then seven little small stars. Those represent the seven chakras, which is represents balancing of chakras, which then and it's usually this is Aquarius energy. They're pouring out the water onto the I think they're pouring two. They've got one pouring off onto the land and one pouring off into the the water, which in itself brings this message of that you're pouring your emotion out into your mental world and your physical world, but you're also pouring your emotion into your spiritual and your emotional world. And so that's that equal balance between the heavens and your emotions and the mind and the outside world that's coming in here. But there's also this forced R&R and being an overgiver that you are, you're learning a tough lesson to like have to receive from other people, right? And that you can't give like you normally would. And I feel like you're kind of in a position where I have no choice. So I'm learning to accept. Um, and and there is this working out of things within you as well, this worthiness that goes all the way back to 7 years old and younger with your emotional inner child when they felt they did so much to get so little. And now I feel like while you're having this opportunity to kind of sit and talk with your inner child, you can hold them and you can allow them, to receive from you and kind of like have a good clarifying, loving conversation with your little inner child going, you always deserved to have more. And I feel like that's an important conversation that's going on in this balancing energy that's coming in for you right now. So I feel like that's what they want you to know is that you have unconditional love. You're unconditionally worthy. Just human gets a different message growing up. That's a lie. Lies, all lies. So uh, it's realizing that and then rebalancing out that kind of giving and receiving, like how much I have to give to receive. It's 1 to 1, not 1 to 1,000. I have to give 1,000 love coins to get one, 1,000 abundance coins to get one. No, it's 1 to 1. And I feel like that's what's coming in for you right now. For today, touch your love. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Lynn, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Hey, footwork. Actually, well, the lineup for free readings, I don't have any donations currently, so donations would be up first if anyone makes a donation. But up next, we got Tim and Marie Salentine. We only have two in line for free readings, too. I think I want to make sure I didn't skip anyone. Yeah, so that's where we're at. Valerie, aka Footwork. All right. So we'll continue on here. We got Tim De La Gem, 5159. That's where we were at. So here is your timestamp. And you like a general reading. So let's take a look here. So what does Spirit wants you to know right now, Tim? Right? Got number 1, and number 2. Cars just flying out. So you've got the Strength card, beautiful Leo energy, and the Hermit. Two major arcana. And it's progression, but I feel like it's more progression from the 9 to the 8, the Hermit to the Leo energy. And I feel like what Spirit is saying here, I mean, you've got the Hermit card, which in the beginning, that's like that's a, of course, pulling away, going inward. This bright lantern is helping us connect to the spirit world to see things more clearly. Um, in that pocket of aloneness with spirit and the universe, to sit with ourselves, to understand ourselves more. Then the Strength card is where in this side where feel like you found this. I won't say it's a strength, but it's you regained this strength with Leo energy, which is to lead by example. The king of the jungle. They're not arrogant. They're not bossy. They step in their strength and people know their strength, and so they'll follow him. And I feel like there's this bright energy here that's coming in here and that you're able to show your strength, but because you've really learned, I mean, your whole life has been about finding your inner strength. And because that's what you've learned, one of the big things that you've learned, you're able to show people because you've lived it. It's not something you learned that you're just, bleh, regurgitating somewhere. You actually lived it, and so you live it. And when you're doing this, you're able to help people find their inner strength as well. But I do feel like there is this time here of stepping forward and stepping into the spotlight with the Strength card, Leo energy. It's like the sun, it's ruled by the sun. So there's this bright light that's being shown. So it started off as a little light, you know, um, but now it can't be hidden anymore. It needs to be brought forward. It needs to be shared. And you're like, here's strength, everybody. So I feel like that's what's going on here right now. So I feel like that's the message that it is time. I feel like it's a confirmation, affirmation a lot for you of stepping forward. And yeah, it's time to end the hermit and step into the spotlight energy, is what I feel like the big message is. Right? So that's what they got for you, Tim. So many blessings to you. Right? Thank you so much, Valerie, for your donation. And as soon as I see your question, we will jump to that. I'll put you up here on the list. All right. And then just for the sake of time, we'll jump to Marie Salentine for the sake of time. I made a little rhyme. and it continues. All right. So, and then where you said, "Oh, I'm so glad that you have their messages have helped you." Um, if you're talking about the book I was talking about, there's a great book that I feel like would be really, really helpful, which is this one here. This is the one I've been talking about a lot, The Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins. It's not my book, but it's great because you're asking here, how can you let go of Philippe and what should I do to move on? You keep hanging on, wishing him to come back, but he clearly said, yeah, he doesn't want to, right? It's interesting because one of the chapters that I just read recently is, let's see here. Okay. I think it's in here. It's how to get over someone, or how to move forward after heartbreak. She actually wrote it with her daughter, who at the time was going through a heartbreak. And um, let me see here. I don't think that's it here. I think it's further back here. But they talk about choosing the love that you deserve. Um, I forget where it is here. I know it's in here, but there's even some steps that she talks about that you can take, which is what I want to find here because they brought it right to my head here. So I want to tell you here. I feel like this will help us all. Want to give her credit. So definitely, if you're going to buy a book, I feel like this will be the one that will be a life changer for you here. Oh, you know what? I flipped the page so I could find it faster, but obviously I didn't remember that. But it's talking about surviving heartbreak. And what did she say here? I want to do the little, yeah, here's the 5 steps. Remove all your environmental triggers, which means, anything that's a visible reminder, like trinkets and shirts and pictures and everything like that. We're hardwired to, because we're used to having them in our life. We're kind of like looking for it. And so anything that reminds you of them, put it in a box. You don't have to throw it away. You can put it in a box and put it away for later. Um, so it's like, first of all, get in your environment, anything, pictures, memories, anything that triggers memories, just put it away. Put it in a box and put it away so that you're not triggered by it, right? And then number 2 is give your bedroom a small makeover, especially if they spent time in your bedroom, or if someone woke up next to you and all that. That helps. Like if you move your bed around and different comforter, you're making a change to where you're purposely making a change in your bedroom area. Number 3 is reach out to friends, siblings, cousins, and coworkers. It says there's an empty space that this person left that needs to be filled. You need support, so ask for it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Everyone has gone through a breakup and understands how horrible it can be. Ask people to check in on you over the next few months and invite you to go for a walk or have dinner so you get out of the house. And if you don't have, like, I don't have friends or siblings or cousins or coworkers, that then go find friends, right? Which is number 4, fill your calendar. Look up events in your area, buy tickets so you're committed to go, or ask people to go to it, but get out and fill up your calendar because nothing is worse for a breakup than an idle mind. So you got to keep busy, to quit thinking about them. And then pick a challenge that you've always wanted to do, number 5, which is something that you wanna learn, something you wanna do. Invest your energy into that because the more you focus in on other things, the more that grows. The more you focus in on Philippe, then the more, that you maintain the attachment by focusing on it, right? And then it says, keep asking yourself this question. This is the final one, number 6. If you knew the love of your life was around the corner, this is funny because I feel like this is one of your readings. If you knew the love of your life was around the corner and this breakup was bringing you one step closer to meeting them, how would you spend your nights and weekends while you're single? So instead of, going, "Oh, no, that's the love of my life," it's like, "No, my love of my life is this way." And the more time I spend standing still looking back, I'm not taking step towards the love of my life. So it says one of the biggest fears when people go through a breakup is they'll be alone forever and never find someone as good as the person that just walked out the door. That's not true. And being intentional about how you want to spend your time being single signals to your brain that you actually do believe that you won't be single forever and that you better make the best out of this time right now. So I like that. I like it. Time doesn't heal all wounds. What you do with your time does. Isn't that powerful? Time doesn't heal all wounds. What you do with your time is what does. So I like that. But if you keep up waking up every day and take a step forward, one of these days you're going to wake up and realize that you're not only feeling better, you are better. And then the chapter after this is "You Are the Love of Your Life." It's an amazing book. The first half or the first third of it, I was like, "Oh yeah, this is good about letting people and da da da." But then they get into adult friendships, adult relationships, and it blew my socks off. Like I liked the first part of it. I'm like, "This is good stuff." But then, wow, So I highly recommend this. Anyone that's going through any conflicts with people, other humans, or heartbreak, it's an amazing book. I highly recommend it. All right. That's your reading. They're like, "No cards, no cards for you." That was your reading. And for anyone else that had that there. So, that's how you can some clear steps on what you can do to, move forward there. All right. Thank you, Lynn. I'll grab your free reading here as well. Yeah, my Thanksgiving was good. I did a lot of work. And then I went live last night, as well. So it's Thanksgiving is my host made some rotisserie chicken with some stuffing, and then she made this and she's recovering from spine surgery. I'm like, "What are you doing cooking and doing all this?" She was like, "I took my time. I did it in little steps. I went and rested. I came back." And I'm like, "All right." She's a trooper, but she took, like, cranberries and pineapple and apple, and there was some other fruit that she had left over, and she just chopped it all up and little made a giant relish out of all these, and it's really she didn't add anything to it because she goes, "I was gonna add, like, honey or brown sugar, but I tasted it, and all the taste, it didn't need anything," and I'm like, "It didn't, it's delicious." All right, Tim. It's an amazing book. I love that. I love it, I love it. All right, and then, so Valerie, you don't know what your question, so you just want a general reading then? If you're not sure what you want, what to ask spirit, so you're like, "Just tell me what I need to know right now, spirit." So if you want just a general, we'll do that there, and then we'll circle back to you, Lynn, for your free reading here. All right. All right. So let me know, Valerie, if you do, before I jump into a general reading for you, I don't want to assume, but if you're not sure what you're wanting, if you just want a general, then I can do that. You normally ask for a general, don't you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I figured. I'm like, you normally ask for a general. You don't have to ask specific. You can just go, Spirit, what up? All right. So we'll do that. You have 105:15 is your timestamp here. So thank you so much for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like there. And all right. And if you end up being the only donation tonight, you'll be the winner of the 15-minute personal recorded reading too. And there's only one entry. Guess who wins? Excuse me. So let me move these cards out of the way. All right, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right, you got one, and then you got these three. All right. What else? All right, thank you. What else? Okay, leading to here, leading to here, leading to there. All right, let's see what we got here. I know, right? You're like, woohoo! The bottom of the deck, you have the star card, and underneath that, you have the sun card. I'm surprised you don't have the moon card too. All the celestial bodies up here, but you do have the sun and the star energy here, which is an amazing. It's this bright light you see during the day, and then the twinkling lights and then you see in the night. And I feel like that's an important energy coming through with these here is that um, there's a season and a reason for everything. And when you can't, that's interesting because I feel like the moon is going to come into this for you. Because it's like when you can't see the sun during the day, because you can use the sundial to see what time it is and what direction, is east and west. And we can find our direction during the day, but you can also navigate your life by the stars at night. It just takes becoming familiar with them, the different stars, you know. So I feel like there's a little bit of during the darkness, there is, the navigation and at night if you feel you've lost your way, just look up to the skies. You will find your way kind of energy, and that they will guide you. And I feel like the moon, which also helps you, and I feel like the reason why you can't see the moon in this is because when the moon is at its newest, it's the black moon, it's dark, you can't really see it. And I feel like And that's the time of a new moon, it's the time of a new beginning. It starts its next phase, and I feel like that's such an important energy, this combination of all this coming in here. That's so cool. Alright, let's see what's coming in here and see what that's just the bottom of the deck. So, your first card, you have the, 4 of Swords. So this mental stability, mental balance energy that's coming in, but it's also about letting go of expectations. They're usually sleeping on the Ace of Swords, which is seeing things from a higher perspective, looking to the skies, right? And letting go of the small t truths of the human world, right? So it's like this resting energy. Let your all the noise of the outside world, all these expectations, and yap, 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 yap. Let that rest and turn inward and upward and look that place for guidance, right? You can let things rest I feel is an energy. Because after that, you do have here, yeah, here's your rebirth, because there's something that's happening here. The 3 cards are the 8 of Pentacles, which is about your work. What am I putting my work into? Oh, no, that's the 7 of Pentacles. Keep on it looks like the 8 of Pentacles from the original tarot, but this is the 7, which is even more because there's this energy of the 7 of Pentacles. This last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, but there's also when you start to see the fruit, you're like, I'm not sure this is really what I want. I put it in apple trees, but apples, I don't know. Kind of want guacamole, so I want avocado trees, not apple. So it's still trees you're wanting, but it's an alteration of what fruit comes from things. And I feel like you're in this place of letting go of what everyone else is telling you you're supposed to want. And you're finding out what it is that you want. Because you do have also the 6 of Cups, which kind of goes back to childhood energy. And you have the death and rebirth card. So there's this ending and beginning energy that comes in here about a change that's coming in. doing something from that place of possibility instead of from expectation. And you even have the 3 of Wands right after those, which the 3 of Wands is with new information, I change my course. I go off in a different direction. It's not a 180, right? 180 is going back the other direction. 360 is doing a circle, right? Yeah, so 180 is going, no, it's more of a taking an off ramp and going a different direction here. And if you're unsure of that, then I feel like that's when we going back to that sun and the stars and the moon. Trust the cycles. Look for look to the heavens for answers. They will give you your answers. You'll get direction on and clarity that will come in to show you what's in your heart. Because I feel like a lot of your childhood dreams were, because they're like, "No, no, 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 do something more from here, the mind, not your heart," because that's what as children, we're like, "I wanna be an astronaut," or "I wanna be an alien," or whatever, and they're like, "No, no, 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 think of something more realistic," and this is returning back to that feeling of anything's possible. What I wanna do with the rest of my life? Do I wanna just exist or do I wanna live? And that's what I feel is coming in here. You also have, yeah, the Knight of Wands, the quest for your passion. What is it that makes me excited? Where's my heart drawing me? Where's my excitement drawing me? Not meeting expectations, doing things just to get up to 0, but where is this energy of living and life that's coming in, right? So, I love that. Just click out of that there. There we go. You also have the 5 of Wands. Yeah, there is this conflicting energy with the 5 of Wands, but it's transformational energy too, and it is an energy of switching things up where, conflicting energy between the head and the heart, but it also I feel like this is friends groups, community, tension in community, kind of energy, but it's did you get something like this where it's about step out of the firestorm, you don't need to catch on fire. You can be in the middle of the eye of the storm and something that's impacting everyone else. When you're living your dream, you're untouchable. When you're living trying to live up to expectations and living from, fear of what people will think and fear of rejection and failure and blah blah blah, all those things, right? Then we do feel like we're on fire, right? But when we're living our dream, we know I'm gonna make my dream come true no matter what. It's and all the steps of moving towards your dream is living your dream, not reaching a point. But they mentioned it earlier, which was a big aha, is that when we're living someone else's dream, we're looking for an outcome and we need to get to the future because then when I get to that, then I'm okay. Then I'm successful. But when we're living our dream, every step on our dream is a living our dream. There's not an outcome we have to get to be, you know, having lived our dream. It's like actors act, musicians play music, writers write, skaters skate. Whether they're going to be Olympic champions or just they're loving what they're doing, that's what they do, right? I love it. All right. What else? We got the 5 of Swords. Yeah, so this conflicting energy, that's coming in here. We got the 5 of Wands, the 5 of Swords, but this also represents a change of energy and a change of mindset that, is what's coming in here, leading you to yes, being true to your authentic self and allowing this creativity to come in with the 3 of Pentacles and the Ace of Cups. Living your love, your self-love, living living your heart, energy that comes in here. Even under the star and the sun, you have the 7 of Wands. I was wondering if they were gonna bring this in, but the 7 of Wands is like the sun card. It's not dimming our light, not asking permission to shine, not, needing feel like we have to defend what direction we're going or what we're doing, but that I'm gonna be me, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna shine bright, and I don't have to worry. I'm being me and I'm shining bright, and that's what's the most important thing. So I love that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. We've got the fairy wisdom oracle this evening. So this will be, I like it. This is the book here. It's very whimsical and very dreamy, Um, Yesterday I was thinking it's like when someone leaves a Thanksgiving dinner to go out into a forest to walk, have a nice little walk, and they bump into fairies along the way. So let's take a look here. What else do they want you to know right now? What is this good one standing out here? The magic frog. There we go. There was just a bent card. There we go. All right, let's see here. Making things right, adjusting things, right? So your card is trouble. Is that your middle name, Valerie? I like this. Very sassy fairy. Even sassier of the sassy. Let's see what we got. Yeah, the key word is honesty. Wow. So this card is telling you to keep your eyes open, right? Keep your eyes open and your ears alert. Someone's not being as honest with you as they can be. Maybe that's also with ourselves, right? But this can be in business affairs or in a relationship. There is a stretching of the truth or a covering up of facts, and you are likely to find out too late unless you pay attention. Bring your intuition into play and combine it with fact finding. No one can keep the wool over your eyes for very long. This card is also asking that you be scrupulous with your own words and deeds. Remember that what you send out is what you get back. This is the law of the universe. So be honest with yourself. Trouble can almost always be avoided by paying attention, choosing your words and actions wisely, and by listening to your higher self. Ask the fairies and the angels to help you tap into your highest and best energy. Remember, you do not need to draw negative situations into your life. There's that Five of Wands. Let the fire stay out there. Choose to bring joyful and positive situations instead. Sometimes the best action can simply be no action. And the chant that comes with this says, "Truth is within me. Honest people surround me. I am guided in all things to the perfect course of action. My world is bountiful, and I work with the tool of attraction. So be it." And their little message to you: stir things up today. Stir it up. So I love that for you. Sassy, sassy, trouble. You said yes. Yeah. Your middle name is Trouble. All right. So that's what they have for you, Valerie. Thank you again for your donation. Hopefully that helps and resonates there for you. So many blessings. All right. And Minu came in. Hello, Minu. Let me get you onto the list here. Oops. Make some more space here. Gotta stay organized, All right. So we've got Lynn up next. Let's grab your time step. You're very welcome. Here is your time step here. All right. See, like a general reading, please, pertaining to APT, healthy, or forced to move department. Healthy or forced to move. All right. Let's take a look here. So based on current energies, we'll take a quick sip here. So cheers. So where are we at? We've got the Seven of Swords. Right. Along with the 8 of Wands, fast action movement here. Yeah, we do. I was going to say clarity on the bottom of the deck. We do have the death card. So it's this death and rebirth. I do feel like you're going to be forced to move, but I don't feel like it needs to be forced to move. I feel like you can just choose a different way of looking at it. Because the 7 of Swords has to do with like deception and lying and stealing and having something, removed. It's deception kind of energy. And and then the 8 of Wands is about fast moving energy, but it's also messages from spirit. Whatever happens in the world, it just is. And I can either look at it from a lower vibrational place, which the 7 of Swords is, what of my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets are deceiving me, right? And I know when we have situations that are unfolding that are unexpected, then that's when we get riled up. Our little inner child does not like change. It does not like sudden change. It does not like change that is not its own idea. So, what we do is we make it our own idea, but we also look at it differently. Instead of looking at it from like a lower place, we can look at it from a higher place and go, life happens for me. Nothing happens by accident. If I'm being asked to leave somewhere, then it's an angel. This person that is asking me to leave this apartment or whatever, they're my angel having me get out of the city before it's devastated. I don't know why I'm thinking of Sodom and Gomorrah, but it's like the angels came to say, "Get out before the city is destroyed." And they're like, "Okay." And when they listened, their life was spared. That's what's coming in here. And if we look at it going, yeah, this person is saying, "You need to leave. Thank you for telling me that this isn't for me anymore, that there's something else that's more in alignment with who I wanna be and where what I wanna become, and so this energy here doesn't match me anymore." So they're ushering me towards something that's more in alignment. So instead of a devil, they're an angel, kind of energy. So hopefully that helps a little bit, but when we change the energy and realize, "Okay, this isn't happening to me," um, and, if this isn't happening to me, then this is happening for me. I'm fine on mine. I don't feel like, I think it might just be yours, um, Lynn, so if you can see it, you might just leave and come back, and it should be fine for you because it's working fine. I have another computer going to make sure that things aren't looping, and it's fine over there, so we should be fine. Unless is it looping for anyone else? If you guys wanna let me know. But hopefully you'll if it's looping, you're not hearing me right now, so that's not being very helpful. Here, I'll put a just in case you can see the text, I'll say, "Try leaving and coming back." Yeah, whoops. It looks good on my side. All right. All righty. So that is what we have for you. Oh, ATT. AT&T, huh? All right. So hopefully that helps. All right. So many blessings. Hang in there. And if you didn't hear all that, of course, it's available immediately on replay here. If you just uh, go backwards, you can um, rewatch it right now as well. You don't have to wait. All right. So many blessings. All right. Mina, we'll come back to your free reading here in a moment. I don't think anyone else came in for free readings. I do have Love 43. Hello. Thank you so much for your donation. You'll be up next here. Let me just make sure I didn't skip anyone here. Nope, there you are, meanie right there. Okay, yep, nope, so we're good. All right. So love 43. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom. Thank you. Let's give that a love and a like there. Thank you for your donation. And want to know, will work get better? All right. Can work get better? No, I'm just kidding. You're like, it's been worse. It's been better. Or maybe it hasn't been worse. Let's take a look here. Is there good or bad, better or worse, or is there just is, right? Work just is. Let's take a look here and see, based on current energies, what they want you to know here about work. Anything you can do to help it move along to feeling easier, like an easier path instead of a harder path at work. We'll take a look. Got this, and we got this, and these. All right. Little adventure coming in here. All right. Feel like we're on a little journey. Shoots and ladders. I never played that as a child, but I knew of it. In the bottom of the deck, you do have the Justice card, card number 11, which is about balance. It's Libra energy, it's the balancing out of things. So I like the underlying energy around work being that things things do balance out at work. And we'll see. We can, if I need a when, I'll put a when card over here. I'll just put the deck because we'll pull that for when. You're a Libra too. You're like, I'm going to be the one that's going to balance things, and that is an energy. It's um, underneath that you do have the King of Swords. So here's your air signey. I rule my thoughts and beliefs. But I like that energy because it is, being a fellow sun air sign, Aquarius, we're the masters of our stories. And, we're able to really look at this. The balancing can come in when I change my story about what is. Because I think it was Bashar, Daryl Anka. He channels this extraterrestrial named Bashar, and the amazing wisdom that comes through from the higher realms is just, it blows me away. But they're like, things in the outside world are meaningless until they get in here, till they get into our noodle here. This is where we create the story around what that means. So the stuff that goes on in the outside world just is, but better, worse, bad, good, you know irritating, joyous, whatever, a lot of the stories all are in here, and that's our power. One of our powers of choice is the story, of course, what emotion I wanna feel, what energy I'm gonna put forward and attract to me, and then also what actions I take. That's all I can, control, with it. So I like that being the bottom is like, I am the one that can balance out life. I don't It doesn't depend on anyone else's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence. I get to determine how it impacts me. I can't control how it impacts anyone else except for me. So there's a German proverb that says, I come back and sweep in front of my own door because that's the only thing that I can clean. It's like jumping off of my ship in the middle of an ocean to swim over to someone else's that I can't get on board and trying to push this giant ship somewhere. And I'm like, I can't. I'm going to swim back to my ship. What I can control and navigate, I can't control anyone else's. So I like that empowerment. But that's just the bottom of the deck. Let's see here about work getting better. Yeah, we got the 9 of Swords. So it is about mindsets and expectations, supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's, must be's. The 9 of Swords, we're almost exhausted trying to please everyone, trying to control everything outside of our control. And that's what makes us almost exhausted. You're almost to the 10 of Swords, which is like, I've had it. I'm just not going to worry about it anymore. But, we're stubborn, right? We want to try to control everything. But when things are outside of our control, we're wasting our energy because we can't control other people. We can't make people do anything that like they don't want to do, right? So, you know, let's see what else we have here too. And we got the 7 of Cups and the King of Cups. Yeah, so there is a wonderful balance that can come in here again, which I really like here. Um, and we've got this 7 of Cups, which is a lot of like emotional confusion, a lot of emotional conflict. But then when we're moving in here to the King of Cups, they balance between head and heart. I almost feel like going like this. Oh Lord. But they're the balancer. On the original tarot, they're in them behind them are these big waves and everything, but they're in this calmness because they have the ability to calm the emotions because the only thing you can calm is your own emotions. You can't control other people's emotional choices. You can give someone the world, and they can still choose to be unhappy. So it's about coming back again. The King of Cups comes back to rule over their own emotion and realizing I can't control someone else's. The other two cards that came out, Queen of Wands and here's the 10 of swords. So, yeah, you do get to this point of I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone else's expectations. That's I'm done. Usually it's someone that's they show someone that's laying down, face down, all the swords in their back. They're not dead because they're looking away from us at the sun rising. And so they're looking over there going, here's a new beginning. A new day is arising here. And the Queen of Wands is also, she's very intuitive, but it's about where I focus my energy is what I grow. And with the Queen of Wands coming out with the 10 of Swords, it tells us, and it's an amazing truth, that when I have a long list of expectations, that these are all the stories, the opinions I was given growing up about how things are supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be, right? All these expectations. But all those expectations, when we have all that, we're working in the negative. We're just trying to get up to zero. And that sucks the life out of jobs, out of relationships, out of any our dreams or whatever, when we're focusing in on all that's supposed to be. Because what we end up doing is focusing on what's not happening, what people aren't doing, instead of having gratitude and joy about what people are doing. And the more we focus, this is that Queen of Wands, the more I focus my energy on anything, the more of that I get back. So if I'm focusing on lack, if I'm focusing on need and want and fears and those, I'm growing that and drawing that in. When I'm focusing on what am I grateful for about my work? What am I grateful for about the people at work? You don't have to be grateful for the entire job or the entire people. Just what are the things I'm grateful for? Because it's like going into a donut shop and if you point out all the donuts you love, guess what? You get a dozen donuts of things you love. If you point out all the donuts that you hate, guess what? You end up with a box of donuts you hate. So it's our energy controls our perception of life because we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. So as I change, then my perception and what I draw in also changes. That's how work can get better, is controlling the things that you can control. Your stories, your emotions, your energy, what you're focusing on, and your actions. And let go of all that other because you can't do that. There's a great book. I've been blabbing about this forever. Even today, I should just keep it over here because um I'm not related to Mel Robbins at all, but this is an amazing book. In fact, there's 2 extra chapters. One's about children and one's about work. I haven't looked at the one from about work yet. It's um, an extra thing. I probably shouldn't tell you the download on here. But if you like the book, then you can purchase it. But if you go to Mel Robbins, MELROBBINS.com, and then / whoosh, work, I think you have to sign up for her newsletter, when you do it, but, it's a chapter. I haven't read that chapter yet, but the rest of the book is amazing. I feel like it will help release that feeling of trying to, control things that are outside of our control and return that power back to you. I feel like that's important. Let's see what else. Yeah, you have the 10 of Pentacles. So here's the gratitude energy. Focus on what is the abundance. What do you love about your job? What do you love about work? Or if that's a hard thing to do, what have you loved about other jobs that you've had? But what is it that we're grateful for is a huge energy that's here. Yeah, because that'll end this. This is a victory card, the world card, and it is an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure that can come in here for you. But it's ending the cycle that we're all taught as children growing up, focusing on what's not going right, because that's what was going on with us, right? We weren't all praised all the time for everything we were doing right. We were mainly mostly probably weighted that out of balance, right? What you're doing wrong. And so we're all taught to focus on that, but what an amazing change it is when we make that fluctuation. Yeah, the 10 of wands too. Endings and beginnings energy. 10 of wands is an ending of where I've been focusing my energy and um yeah, an alteration of it. So if I've been focusing on my energy here, I'm going to end focusing it there, and I'm beginning a new focus of what I love and what I'm excited about in life, because that's what I want to grow, right? Let's see. And then you have the sun card and the page of wands. Okay, so here's the new passion I was just talking about and the victory. That's what changes things. When we go past all that block of expectations, it just opens up the flow and it brings in the sun card is one of the most victorious, bright, shining cards in the entire deck. So this is that it ignites you, and this is igniting on the abundance. What is all the things that have happened that I love? Your energy changes. You start drawing in that instead of the other, right? And then, yeah, you do you do have the power of choice, the chariot card, which is what we've been talking about with all of this, right? We've got the 5 of wands, which is it's an amazing thing because it's a conflict card to start off with, and it reminds me of kung fu theater when I would watch it Saturday mornings when I was a young lad before the cartoons would come on. Um, I'd watch the Kung Fu Theater. This is before cable, I think. Um, and so, I know, way, way long time ago, like in the early 80s, late 70s. I know. um, but the 5 of wands is that energy where it starts off looking like a kung fu battle where they're all trying to kill one another, right? Wah, 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 and but the 5 of wands normally they have these 5 long staves and they're all battling. And what looks like this, fight to the death, kind of energy when it gets down to where one person's left barely standing, the other 4 are laying down exhausted, and, "Oh, is this where he's gonna take them all out?" And then in that moment, they all start laughing, they all help each other up, they all walk back down the path back to the Buddhist monastery where they put all the staves away and they go have a meal at the Buddhist meal hall. And you realize these were not enemies, that these were actually friends, monks and nuns, Buddhist monks and nuns that were battling to improve their skills. And when we realize the conflict that we have in life is in the beginning, it feels lower vibrational because we have this belief that this is evil and this is bad and this isn't good and these people, have it out for me. When we realize, oh, behind every one of these characters is a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being who's the actor behind these characters. Everything that happens is for us. It's not happening to me. It's happening for me to wake me up, to allow me to face things that are already bubbling below the surface, but with their actions or their non-actions, their words or their silence, it brings this up for me to go, "Oh, I didn't know it was down here. now I can transmute this because it's already impacting me below the surface. Just their stuff is triggering, bringing it up. I can release myself from this, and then I have freedom. So it's someone helping me to find freedom and lightness instead of, that they have it out for me. So it's a beautiful transformative energy here. And so it can get better, but it starts in here. As I and then better, worse really is a judgment, and that's not we're perfect. We're just waking up, Will work become easier? It will when I allow it to become easier. We're the ones that make life harder. I know. It's part of our journey. Let's read your fortune cookie is here too from the Fairy Wisdom Oracle. Let's see what else they have here for you. Oh, I'm glad you thought it was a beautiful reading. Let's see what else we got. You've got the water element. Yeah, the emotional movement. Card 57. Let's see what we got here. The key word is flow. Go with the flow. So, water is the elixir of life on Earth. It is also a symbol for the astral fluid or universal energy that permeates all things. Water deserves our respect and gratitude. There's the gratitude, since without it, there is no life. Honor it and understand what it is that you as a human being can do to protect its purity and not be wasteful of it. You can also replace this like with, of course, water is emotion, right? So, emotional energy, honor our emotions. There's no wrong emotion, just different emotions with different outcomes and different experiences, right? Water element is associated often with the divine feminine. It is about love, fertility, emotion, and is also associated with the subconscious mind. Water has no fixed state, it is in constant state of flux. So, if this card has appeared to you today, work on consciously appreciating water and what it does for you. So, again, appreciation, right? So, that's that energy, appreciate. And you can also replace work with water or a person's name with water in this, right? Consider carefully all the ways that you use water. How much do you use? Do you turn the water off while brushing your teeth? Are you consciously grateful for water? You may want to examine your emotions to see if there are uh, tumultuous, or are they on an even keel? Though it is natural for emotions to fluctuate, ask the water element fairy to help to keep them in balance. You even had the King of Cups balancing emotional energy, right? This water fairy dances in the flow of the energy around her. She's joyous and buoyant as she moves with the current. She does not fight it, she moves with the flow. She knows that this fluid energy will take her where she needs to be and bring to her what she needs and desires. Since water is associated with the subconscious mind, you may also be looking at a need to follow your subconscious. Dive right into the depths of your nightly dreams and explore their content. They hold many messages for you if you just take the time to focus on them. Pay attention to your intuition as it works to guide your daily life. Ask the element of water to purify your emotions and your intents. Ask it to help you see clearly, as in a calm pool of water, what you need to know about yourself on a deeper level. You might be pleasantly surprised by what you discover about yourself. Wow. The chant that comes here is I honor the fluidity of life. I dance in the spirit of water. I drink in its substance deeply. I am thus sustained. So be it. And the little message that the elemental water fairy says, be buoyant today, float. So I love that for you. So hopefully that helps a little bit here. It does feel, it will get better, and it'll become easier when you allow it to become easier. And as you let go and go with the flow, right? So that is what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. All right. Let me just take a look here, make sure I didn't miss anyone else in here. There we go. And we got Guerrera means war. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll add you to the donation list here. And oh, how fun, Lynn. You're Libra also. Wow. All right. All right. And then Minu, I still have your free reading. We'll get to that sometime tonight. I promise. I will do it at some point. All right. So Guerrera means war. Let's grab yours. You're up now. So let's grab here's your timestamp. Give your donation a love and a like. Thank you so much for that. Hope you're doing well too. Good to see you. Happy holidays. So, a job opening closer to home has come up. Yay! You're applying and interviews are next Friday. What do you need to know? All right. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look, see what we got going on. What do you need to know? Those. I do want this one though. Nope, and then those. Okay. Anything else? Let's take a look here. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, this one too. It's under the surface. Yep, and that's all right. All right. I love the bottom of the deck. You've got the 9 of Cups, which is about the possibilities of like a dream come true, emotional dream come true energy under there. So I do like that. Yeah, well, yeah, I'll talk about these other 2 cards underneath here too. So you've got the King of Wands and the King of Cups underneath all of that, which the kings are the rulers of the main, the highest you get in a suit, meaning they've gone through every experience in their suit. But this is about the balance between head and heart with the King of Cups, and then the King of Wands is a balance between head and passion as well. So I feel like it's about balance as you go into this, just doing what you can to, you know, realize that your energy, your emotions, if you're focusing on fear, if you're focusing on, I need this, I want this, that we're pushing away, it's about balancing, coming into the back to the now and going, you know what? I'm so grateful with where I am right now in this moment. And creator, I'd like to have something closer to home. Even working from home, it would be great, maybe. But it's like, um, so I know you're going to bring me the perfect job in the perfect time in the perfect way. And I'm just grateful. This is what I'm grateful for in my jobs right now, and the jobs I have. So we step into gratitude of the moment that helps bring balance. But if I'm like, I've got to have this and anxiety, that actually starts making it harder for the job to come towards us. So that's good to know is, yeah, let me return back to my now. Let me return back to gratitude. Let me get into that energy that is for me. So if I do that sincerely, then I can go into this interview instead of, I gotta have this. I'm gonna go into it. Hey, how's it going? So it's a good energy, right? All right, that's the bottom of the deck. Let's see what else you need to know here. Yeah, and the 2 of Wands, it's reinforcing that whatever energy you focus on is what you draw and you grow and you expand. So if I focus on lower vibration, lack, need, fear, anxiety, all that, then I amplify that. If I focus on joy, laughter, gratitude, unconditional love, peace, play, then that energy expands as well. So being aware of your energy is important. You have the Devil card. Here's the work card. It's a Capricorn energy ruled by Saturn. Capricorn rules over the 10th house of work. And there is something around this about, letting go of expectations, letting go of have to be, need to be, must be, supposed to be, should be, blah, 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 blah. Just our long held thoughts and beliefs of restriction um, are what also block us, right? Because if I believe, oh no, they're not going to let me have this, or they wouldn't let me work from home. No, they won't. Then we're going to get what we're putting out, right? But if we're like, you know what, all these restrictions that we've been taught to put on them, opening it up and going, Creator, I'm not going to limit you. I know you can have anything be possible. So it's like kind of getting out of our head around work of, well, this is how this corporation works or whatever. It's like, it don't matter. Um, I, no one tells the creator in the universe what to do, but our restrictions are what we've been doing, right? Yeah. And that's what we're taught, right? I would encourage you, something to consider is don't push away these, because when you're pushing it away, what does that do? We're focusing on it. It pushes back more. I ignore it. I'm like, I know you're there, but I'm going to focus in on this. So it's not about not doing something, it's about what I want to do, if that helps. um Then this leads you here. Yeah, the Page of Swords. I like this. Clarity coming in here along with the Wheel of Fortune. This feels very good. So if you do these things, and emotional choice coming in here too, right? So here they're kind of reinforcing in case I didn't, um, because the cards were already out. In case I didn't look at the cards underneath and was being stubborn, not listening to them, they bring cards out here too. That's the power of emotional choice. That if I focus my energy on joy and gratitude and those, then that's the kind of wheel of fortune. It's for me. It's beneficial to me. I get clarity. I get the interview. Um, the Page of Swords. I don't know if there's a second interview, but if there's a second interview, I feel like this Page of Swords is you get the second interview. Like the first one is to whittle everyone out, and then they have the serious people come back for a second interview. If that's the case, then I feel like this, just because of coming from where you're coming from, when you're in this wonderful place of gratitude and joy and laughter and peace, you're glowing and you walk in there like, oh my God, you're so refreshing to come in. Everyone else is so serious. You're just like, hey, how are you? And they're like, wow, someone who has a heart and a personality and it's not freaking out. We love it, So I feel like that's an important piece coming in there. Which leads you to the 10 of Cups. Yes. Again, this is like joy overflowing and happy energy. Wheel of Fortune, 10 of Cups. You had the 9 of Cups underneath the bottom. So this is all positive. I feel like this is just good reminders. You know this, but it's just good reminders. Like, oh, that's right. Let me just get into this space of whether I get this job or not, I'm going to be fine. There's nothing to fear. Life happens for me, not to me. So if I don't get this for some reason, then it means it's not for me and there's something better. Thank you for sparing me from going into a job where there's a jerk that would be my boss instead of waiting a month and then I end up with a job. And this is not a projection at all, just an awareness. Um, and then finding someone that's the best boss I will ever have in my life. It's like, thank you for sparing me. It was worth the wait. And when we go about it that way, then we're ourselves. We're not in fear. We're not going out of our minds and that kind of energy, right? Yay, I love it. And then you have the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, this is, I don't know. 9 of Pentacles is it's independence. So there's almost like this independent energy, that's that work from home energy. I swear that you're gonna if you want to be able to work from home, I feel like you're gonna be getting a position. There's gonna be something that unfolds. Don't let, oh, they'll never do this. Go, you know what? It's like, maybe they will, 'cause or it's gonna open you up to a job that will allow that. But the 9 of Pentacles is independence, it is hermit energy, working independently, working alone kind of energy. You have the Ace of Swords too. So you have the Page of Swords over here, you have the Ace of Swords here, and then the Four of Wands, joy and celebration. So very positive here. I feel like there is this energy that's coming in. And below the surface too, you got the Four of Pentacles. My home card. I tell you, I really feel like if you're able to work from home, I feel like you're eventually going to be getting a position where you can just work from home. This energy here, just know that it is possible, and don't let, you know, corporate rules, you know, squash, I was say squatch, Sasquatch, don't let it Sasquatch your dreams of being able to work from home, and that, and, so just keep your radar open, because I love that. You can't make that up with all that energy. But let's see what the fairy has to say here, but it looks very positive, going in with that. I'm focusing on the higher vibration. It draws it to you here. You also have coffee break. I like this Ace of Cups here too. The position could allow for that. I heard the person who's leaving had the work formation and what? Boom, right? I love that. And you got the number 2, coffee break, the power of choice. And the key word is appreciation. Don't you just love that? Appreciation. So sit back and appreciate your life. Relax with a cup of coffee or tea and make a point of consciously bringing to mind all that you have to be grateful for. You can't make it up. Consider your blessings: a place to sit, a cup to drink from, a drink to enjoy. What could be better? Gaze upon your surroundings and see all that is around you. Are you not truly blessed? This fairy would love to have a leisurely cup with you. So often we take for granted what we have. It's time to live in a constant state of gratitude. Gratitude plays a big part in the process of attracting what you desire into your life. Gratitude tells the universe that you are ready to welcome more good into your life. It is a vital part of your manifestation process. You can't make it up. I'm trying to I'm trying not to laugh. To reach the state of gratitude, you need to stop and place yourself into a receptive state of mind. Relax and calmly consider your life and all that you have been blessed with. Whatever your thoughts you think are whatever thoughts you think are reflected in your body. So it is important to take these small breaks and just sink into serenity. I love it. Remember to take the time to relax and rejuvenate. Be sure to notice even the smallest blessings that surround you: a wonderful fragrance of the wind, a butterfly flying by, a baby's smile and laugh, the most subtle sigh. You can find a blessing in everything in your world. Just be open to it. You are laughing. The chant says, "O life that lives in all creation, grant me the ability to just be. Help me call upon my inner sight in order to see everything is in my world in its true beauty and majesty. I gratefully abide by your love. So be it." And it says the little coffee fairy here, "Take a longer coffee break today." It's like, yeah, yeah. I love it. And that's Ace of Cups to energy too. It's my self-love. I love it, I love it, I love it. But it is being grateful for. Hug all the wonderful things in your life today. Oh, how perfect is that? I love it. Boom. What else can I say? What else can I say? So, that is what they have for you. That is what you need to know right now. You even have the gratitude, you know, after your question, so I love that. Oh, you just gotta love spirit. I just love sometimes they're like, wham! And I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. Yep, absolutely. So, enjoy, and I'm excited. Um, I can't wait for you to go, "Oh my god, I got it, and I'm working from home. Dream come true." So, thank you again for your donation and all of your love and support. I appreciate you. Ah, I just love it. Yes, please. And of course, if it's not that, then we know that there's something else that's coming your way for working from home. But that's what happened before with all those cards. It feels like, well, yeah, there it is. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. Well, I think we are to Minu here. So Minu, thank you for your patience and getting to your free reading. Let's grab that here. And I have completed all free readings and donations so far. So you want to know, has Parveen moved on from you? I sure hope so because you deserve better. Sorry to say, but we'll see here. Have they moved on from you? All right. So we got three cards here. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, we have the Hermit energy, which very much is aloneness. So that would be, I feel like that's a yes. Let's see what else we have here. Yep, we have the Libra energy, Justice card, and Temperance too. Balance, 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 energy that's all coming in here. Um, and I do feel here, let me just look at the bottom of the deck too. Yeah, we've got the Eight of Swords, which is a flow energy. It's about letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve us anymore. Those that made us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. And it's a flow energy. So all of this feels like, yeah, it's I feel like they've moved on physically because of this hermit card is being alone, and the rest of it's all balancing out here, and I feel like it will balance out for you too. That's coming forward. Not sure if you heard, I read some things here. If you're wanting to, also move on from them, um, Marie Celentine, I actually read some from a Mel Robbins book, the Let Them theory. So if you want to check, that's her timestamp. I actually read there's six things that she recommends in this book on how to move on from someone. And that might be helpful. I just kind of feel like they're very loud saying, show them that. Because this balancing energy of the temperance and the justice card, it's like there's this movement forward into something new. It's like the scales are balancing out for you too. Um, and I like that energy, especially Libra relationship energy, that there's this time that you're having, this unfolding time with temperance, the slowness, which is allowing you to move forward slowly. But it's during the slowness period, it's like it's giving you an opportunity to let go of things so that you can move forward towards someone else. And again, it's like I said in the beginning, I sure hope they have, because you deserve to be with someone like you that gives, that, um, you know, texts back and is the first person to initiate things and, that wonderfulness. So I do feel that. So if that resonates for you, check that out. But I do feel like it's like physically they're still working out emotionally and mentally, but I feel like it is for your good. Yeah. And then Can't make it up. Bottom of the deck, we have the Tower card, which is kind of an energy of trust when someone is moved out of your life because they're being moved out of your life for you to make space for something that's more in alignment with your energy and with what you want and where you want to go in life. Um, so we can trust that when someone or something gets removed, it is for us. It's not happening to us, it is for us. We're having our seat and coach taken away to be moved to first class. And we're like, oh, yeah, please take that one away. If I can have first class seat, yeah, let's go. So hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you, Minu. Hey, Crescent Moon. Hello, hello. Good to see ya. Thank you for your dual donations here. Always good to see you. Third eye, private eye. We're actually you came in the perfect timing because I finished all free readings. I finished all donations. So you'll be right up right next. So take your time in writing there. You know what I'm gonna do? While you're typing out your question, I'm gonna run to the little boys' room. And I'll be right back. So take your time. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you. I am back. All refreshed and ready to go. Oh, yeah, absolutely. We can definitely do that. All right. So thank you so much. Let's jump in and we'll grab your timestamp here. Well, your correct timestamp here. Here we go. Of course, we'll give you your second timestamp when we get to the second question there. Okay. So hope your Thanksgiving was well. Enjoying Black Friday. I'm wearing black. We even have black pants on in honor of Black Friday. No, just kidding. It's not really just a coincidence. So, in the past couple of previous readings, Spirits brought up that Sagittarius' Thanksgiving, some of the challenges that they would face that day. So, an energy check on how their Thanksgiving unfolded. So, let's take a look here. Tapping into the Sagittarius. All right. Got 1 and 2. Got these here. This one here. I feel like these two. All right. So, of course, I can't start a reading without cheers to you. All right. Let me just scooch these over. Well, the bottom of the deck, they do have the Judgment card, which the Judgment card is normally like, the turkey was resurrected. Oh my God. Usually there's someone rising from the dead, from the coffins and the Judgment card. But this is about seeing things differently from a different perspective. So it does feel here that the underlying energy is that they really gained a lot of clarity around what they want, almost like what's been driving me. Why? Why am I been freaking out about this? Because it feels like, there's a different type of, um, you know, um, focus or different, an awareness of motivation, kind of energy, right? Oh yeah, no, the elevator doors weren't closing yet because we've only been out for 2 hours. So, um, I just was just finishing up the last one. I was going to go. What's going to happen? Oh, there, hey. So I didn't even think about closing the elevator doors yet. So thank you for being here. So interesting energy. Let's see what unfolded here, though. Let's see what, yeah. Two of Cups and Three of Swords. Yeah. So a lot of disappointment with relationships. Uh, and that's not romantic. This is about, a lot of, expecting people to be a certain way and people just, feeling like a disappointment, other people feeling like a disappointment. Let me see here. What is this around here? Um, uh, someone like mom didn't make her favorite dessert. It burnt and I didn't get to have my favorite dessert. That's funny. That's where we're starting off with the stomach, right? Oh, I didn't get the dessert. Um, they make it every year. I was looking forward to it. Disappointment. Oh. What else? What else? Oh, they were hoping that some people wouldn't be there and they were. So that was disappointing. Um, and these people were the people that are just so abrasive and uh they're the people that compare and interrupt and make everything about them and blah 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 blah. And they're just like, oh God, here we go. It's all gonna be about them. What are you thankful for? Oh, everyone just hold on. Let me tell you everything I'm thankful for. I'm thankful for all the money I'm making. Thank you for, it's just like, really? Are you serious? Ugh. So just a lot of that, feeling like it's like when whatever they were asked to bring, they brought it and they're like, "Oh, that's all you brought? Oh, well, that's fine. We'll make it work," kind of thing, and it's like, whoa, because if it was mom or whoever was kind of in charge of the meal and whatever, they were in task mode, which I know when I get into task mode, I have an agreement with my host now that if I'm in task mode, I tell her Capricorn because my Capricorn rising likes organized. When I'm in that, I am not in emotion. I am all about getting the task done. So I'm like, I will let you know when I'm in Capricorn task mode because then, because she's Sagittarius ADD, she goes, oh, then I know not to go into a full story just to tell you yes or no. And I'm like, oh my God, that would be amazing. But to say all of that, whoever was in charge was in task mode and they were not about feelings and they were like, oh. So I feel like there was a lot of little stuff that just felt like disappointment, 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 right? Yeah. Right. So interesting. Let's see what else happened here. But I do feel like there was a lot with that, the disappointment and expectations and that kind of thing. Um, I don't feel like yet this energy is not like an argument or a fight broke out or whatever. I just feel like there was a lot of like, oh no. And I feel like it is someone that would share, all the stuff you're not supposed to share at Thanksgiving, right? Anything about religion, politics, I think that's basically it. It covers everything. Well, maybe other stuff, but it's like these things not talk about, they would make remarks and whatever, and they're just like, That I feel like there was some of that going on. All right, what else? Yeah, we have the 4 of Wands. Uh-oh, yeah. 5 of Cups. Joyful celebration that end up feeling like a sorrow, but I feel like there was Christmas was discussed, like the next holiday, or Hanukkah if they're Jewish, but, it's the next big celebration, that's coming up, and so there was a lot of that talked about, and there was a lot of, um again, that's where some of the disappointment, some of the sadness came in because people were like, "Oh, we're not gonna be able to do this year, or we're gonna have to do this, or blah blah blah, or da 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 blah 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 blah." And so I feel like there's a little bit of that too, because they're just like, "Wow, they just ruined Christmas too." So they're like, "Wow." So I feel like they had a little bit of a, pumpkin pie ain't gonna solve this, kind of energy. But let's see what else we got here. Yeah, they kind of pulled back and um or someone who's this? Because a high priestess energy, it feels like they're reminding me someone gets upset and goes into their tower and shuts down and blocks everyone out. So, and this does feel mother energy. Someone didn't feel so um with very emotional energy that's coming in here. Um, and then they were just like, so I feel like they withdrew to like to their room or something. I think we had that before. Yeah. It's funny because the 3 of Cups energy normally is joy and celebration and things, but I feel like someone had too much to drink with the 3 of Cups. And what's funny is before I saw that, they were reminding me this is what they do, they'll touch an old memory that I haven't thought about in forever, and I remember it's when we lived in California for a year, and we went over to I think it was my dad's bosses or, like, a peer of his, he was a kind of a bigger boss back then, with when we lived there, and we went over to their house and for Christmas, and my mom had a little too much she liked egg duck was it called egged duck? Is that was like a wine or something like that? It had something with duck in it, and she drank too much, and I was like I must have been like 9 years old, I didn't get it. And, she went to go lay down, in their spare bedroom, and I was like, "What's wrong? What's wrong with her?" "She's not feeling good," is what they said. "She's not feeling good. We're gonna let her rest for a little bit." So she had been on the sauce. That's what it was, because my mom doesn't drink she doesn't drink a whole lot. She hasn't in her whole life, so when she would drink, it would hit her hard. And I feel like that's what happened here, is someone had one too many glasses, and and because of that, they were no filters and psh, 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 and they had to go, uh, lay down, and everyone was kinda like, "Whoops, oh well." I think we talked about that before, right? Was that someone was going to be a little bit saucy, literally, and then everyone was like, "Well, we're just gonna go home. They're sleeping, and it's their house. Let's clean up everything as much as we can. We'll make sure nothing's gonna catch fire." And, yeah, and then someone was like, "Well, I'm just gonna stay here to make sure they're okay." It's like almost like their best friend or their neighbor or someone said, I'm just gonna sit here and I'm gonna watch TV until they wake up just to make sure that they're okay, and then I'll leave, but you guys can go." And everyone's like, "Don't have to ask me twice. Scatter." Let's see what comes in here. Yeah, but it's interesting because, like we were talking about below the surface here, We do have the 3 of Pentacles. I can be true to my authentic self, and here's this Leo strength card energy, but it's about I have my inner strength, and it just made I feel like, this is like below the judgment card. I feel like through it all, they were like, "You know what? Why am I trying to please all these people? I'm gonna be me. Why am I worried about what they would think?" Because look at I feel like for the first time, they really saw everyone for who they are, and we're like, "Why am I worried about it?" Kind of energy. That's coming in here. Yeah, and besides, they didn't make my that damn pie that I like. Christmas is ruined. That's fine. But, so I feel like even though it kind of felt like a weird, like, "Whoa, that went south fast." I feel like they left it kind of enlightened in a way. Let's see what the Fairy Wisdom Oracle you get a Fairy Wisdom Oracle with this one. Let's see what the fairies have to say about the Thanksgiving event here too. Too many dragons. It says, "Too many dragons on the bottom." Too many cooks spoil the broth or whatever. This is too many dragons at an event creates fire. All right, it's card number 7. It's funny. Keyword is schedules, and I feel like that has to do with, like, why Christmas was ruined is no we're not gonna all be able to get together. So and so's going on vacation, they're gonna go and this time these people are gonna go visit, we every year we change, and this year they came to our family, next year they're gonna go to their family, this year they're going to Christmas there. So there's only gonna be a small amount of us, so we're just not gonna do it this year or whatever, and it's like, "Oh, oh, okay," interesting. Says, "When life gets you down, it's telling you to make a change. You can't make it up." Are you moving in too many directions and taking on too much? No, no, not at all. Do you enjoy what you're doing? It's time to put things in order. Save some sacred time just for you each day. Step back and prioritize the obligations in your life. Do all tasks in the spirit of joy. A job done without joy is of no benefit to anyone. Release all worries into the wind of transformation. It's okay to cast away a few dragons, a few fire breathing dragons. When you have too many things on your mind, too many directions in which to go, you tend to stress the body. Yeah, right? That's their ADD. ADHD. It is important to release from your life things that are not in your best interest. If you are one who is caught in the "if I don't do it, who will" trap, release everything you do not need to do, and you will soon see that others will take up the slack or it'll fall away. It may be their lesson they need for their growth. Ask yourself why you hang on to these tasks. Are you trying to be a super person in order to please others? Wow, this is everything we talked about, right? Or because you feel you have to prove your worth? Or is your ego telling you that others cannot do things as well as you can? If it is something you love to do, you will know it is for you. If not, think it over. It is important to remember to not overschedule children. They need time to learn to create on their own, a time for their imagination to flow. It's good to be bored once in a while. Boredom is a time when they can explore what lies within their minds and discover their potential. Do you remember lying on your back as a child and just staring at the clouds and seeing what pictures you could see in them? This is a vital part of every child's rights, the right to daydream or just to be. Maybe it's time for you to lie in the grass and just stare up into the clouds. I feel like that's a big part of the disappointment is because it ended faster than they thought, didn't turn out the way they did, so they ended up having some alone time with nothing to do but just to think. The chant says, "Oh, nature spirits, come to me now and ease my thoughts. Use your transforming ways to bring me into balance. Ground me firmly to the earth's crystal core through a direct line from the crystal within my heart. Plant my feet firmly upon the crust of the earth and align my heart with the sky, that I am balanced above and below. So be it." And the little dragon fairy said, "Pass off some of the responsibility today." So I feel like that's that letting go energy that comes in here too. So overall, I feel like that's the energy that they wanted you to know about, at least for Thanksgiving, because it feels like, again, even though it didn't turn out like like it would turn into um Game of Thrones sequel of Mother of Dragons. um, I feel like in the end they were like came out of it with awareness and then had time to think about things when they went home too. So I like that. Anything else? I don't think there's anything else for that one. So that's what they got for that one, Crescent Moon. So many blessings. And then for number 2, let's look at that one. Let's see what's going on here. Here's your timestamps. Hey, Sudeshna, welcome, welcome. You'll be up next here after Crescent Moons, number 2. I'll add you on the list here real quick. Not that I don't see it right there in front of my eyes, but we'll put it there. All right. So, number 2, thank you for your multiple donations, Crescent Moon. So, a reading on Sagittarius for today, tomorrow, and Sunday, as well as the energy check. Oh, yeah, on the communication. Spirit's been consistent. On end of November, here we are, right? Here we are. We'll see here. Shuffle these up one more time. All right. All right. So cheers for number 2. Chink, chink. That was my glasses clicking together. It didn't come out right. All right. So let's see. Where are they today? Tell us about the Sagittarius today. What can we know? Just those. All right. And then tomorrow, today's just Friday, right? Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Black Friday. So tomorrow. And then Sunday, right? Yep. All right. Got that. And these underneath. All right. And let's take a look here at communication. We'll use a when card here from the Learning Tarot. So based on current energy, snapshot, click. Okay, thank you. That's funny. We'll take a look at that. I'm not going to look at it yet. All right. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the King of Pentacles. So there's this kind of grounding Taurus sensory energy that I'm getting here. Under that, too, we've got the Three of Pentacles about this creating and this being true to one's authentic self kind of energy. It's interesting that this aha that I feel coming through my energy when I'm connected with them from yesterday, it just kind of is this, for the first time in my life, I'm realizing how much I've like done how much of what I've done has been for others out of fear of disappointing, out of doing this. And this King of Pentacles is this kind of balanced energy. It's like they're almost meditating. It's like there's this, what is it that I want? Kind of like an identity crisis in a way, but it's more of an identity awareness of, wow, so what am I going to do? All these people, I'm realizing they're after everything for themselves, and they could give a rat's bohiney about me. And they're realizing, wow, wow. So why am I trying to please all these people? And you're like, good point, right? Good point. So, underlying energy. All right, let's see here. Where are they at today? Yeah, the Wheel of Fortune. And it's interesting because this person's looking at the Fates wheel and going, what is it that I want? This is for me. I feel like they're realizing, okay, this is for me. Because even though it was a, pardon my French, it's not French, but shit show yesterday, they're like, hmm, I, this is for me. It's really opened my eyes. And I like that. This Wheel of Fortune, fortunate. I feel very fortunate today. Maybe they also went shopping for Black Friday. Like, I'm so grateful for the money that I have, and look at all the cool stuff I got today. But yeah, but I really feel like it's so much here's seeing things from a higher perspective, this underlying energy of transformation, and the Queen of Pentacles, abundance, fullness here. It's interesting. We've got the King of Pentacles on the bottom, but they're like, so I feel like they're looking at the fullness of life. What does this mean? Let me look at it from a different perspective. And this is where I feel like they're thinking about, who's my match? Who is my supporter? Who will, you know, hold my hand and and support each other through life kind of energy. And that's where I feel like you're a name on the list, right? You are someone who's been that support in the past and before all hell broke loose and the demons and the fire breathing dragons rose from the cave. And I just feel like there's that energy that's there, right? So, interesting. So I feel like that's where they're at today. Kind of a lot about money and abundance and physical things. Obviously, it feels like that Black Friday energy. They're like, I'm just gonna go buy a bunch of stuff. This will make me feel better. But when they're all doing it, because they're doing it a lot of alone or online and stuff, they're just like, who do I want to share this with? Kind of energy. Interesting. Tomorrow energy, we've got the Three of Cups and the Page of Swords. Tomorrow feels like an energy really focused in on um, their tribe, their friends, party, celebration, gathering. So there's a different type of energy coming in with that um, than yesterday. This is like more of a get together of partying, no expectations. We're just It's just we're getting together. Bring your leftovers or whatever. But I feel like it feels like their energy for tomorrow is really focused in, but they gotta I feel like here with this Page of Swords that they gain a lot of clarity tomorrow too. That heightened, Page of Swords is like an 11 because of the clarity they gleaned yesterday when they get together with all these friends, they're kind of looking at from a different point of view of who are these people? Do they really care about me at all? Or are they just, if I didn't show up, that wouldn't have mattered either. So I feel like they're really evaluating their friendships today. I mean, tomorrow as well. So they're in this really deep kind of reflective energy, which Saturn just went direct yesterday. So we're all about looking at internally. where we were looking internally before with our Capricorn, now we're learning a lot by the conflicts of the outside world. Isn't that interesting that that happened yesterday? Who knew? Sometimes I don't put 2 and 2 together. That's why they give me a calculator. Look. Underneath the surface of all this, yeah, Ace of Pentacles. They're really in this wanting to start something new. Yeah, the Queen of Wands. What is it that I wanna do? And so very reflective energy that's going on here. And they're like, where do I want to invest my energy? Because I don't think I want to invest energy in yesterday's people, tomorrow, Saturday's people. It's just like I feel like they're like, what is this new direction I want to take kind of energy? So I think we talked about that, right? That they were going to be hitting this. I feel like we're in the midst of it right now. This energy feels, it doesn't feel heavy. It feels like more like water, a tide coming in, and then water just keeps pushing me further away. It's like these emotional waves are pushing me away from people because I don't like what's kind of coming back, this energy that's here. So, interesting, right? Interesting. I like this for them though, because it is this, they're realizing truths. They're just It's like suddenly being a sober person at a party. Everyone's drunk and acting up, but you're not, and you're just going, "What's happening?" You know, kind of energy. Interesting. And then Sunday comes around here. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, we've got the 8 of Wands and the 4 of Wands. So it's like they're having this new energy of joy and celebration here. I feel like they're trying to think about, because we talked about how that joyful celebration of Christmas is pooed, that I feel like they're taking action towards, what do I wanna do for this joyful gathering? And I feel like they're really seeing it going, "Well, if we're not all gonna get together, or the people that are, I don't wanna get together with them, then I'm going to plan on doing something that I wanna do instead." Let's see what's below the surface here. Yeah, we got the 5 of swords. Yeah, the 5 of swords and the 7 of swords. So that's the emotional and argument conflict here. They're like, I don't want to go into that place with them. So that makes sense that they're really focused in on trying to make plans about what they're wanting to do and where they're wanting to go with this kind of energy here. Um, yeah, we got the 3 of cups energy. When I'm asking about when the communication will come, we've got, it's June 6th through June 22nd, but I don't feel like this is that. Um, I feel like it's December 6th through December 22nd. So it's been pushed back a little bit, but again, because of the energy that they've had in this, I mean, we had the 3 cups of the drinker, yes, and then we had the 3 cups here too of the get together with the friends and everything, that it's really got them in this, it really knocked them into this deep, deep reflection energy. I do feel with this Queen of Pentacles today, I do feel like you're someone that's crossed their mind. Um I'm just trying to see if there was anyone else that came across their mind too, and I feel like there's other people, but it feels like you were the first person that came to their mind, and then they were thinking, "But if you're not, then, I just feel like they're, like, in this really super reflective energy that's going on right now. But with that King of Pentacles too, I do feel like they're, really turned inward and trying to focus on their worth. And the only thing that really has seemed for them to be solid has been money and possessions. And that's what I feel like they kind of went crazy today with buying stuff because it makes them retail therapy always temporarily lifts their spirits a little bit. But so I do feel like it's still here. It's just delayed, into December here because I feel like part of the planning that they're doing, they want to go like run somewhere. Like maybe I'll go on vacation. Maybe I'll take a long weekend somewhere. Maybe I'll go here. Maybe I'll go there. And then they're just thinking about that. But I feel like when they start to think of all that again, it's like, well, I don't want to go by myself. Well, maybe someone would go with me. I wonder if you'd go with me. And I feel like we're going back to that, but it doesn't feel like business anymore. It feels like I'm gonna go out of town. Um, I want to run there. Who would want to go with me? You know, but it's not like a runaway romantic thing. It's like almost like maybe they'd want to go and it not be like a date, but I just feel like they're in this weird energy right now today. I feel like we'll get more clarity as they get into Sunday. Because right now I feel like they're just kind of all over the place, but hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. For the second donation, we go to this elemental energy little oracle. So let's see what else. Anything else to add into this here at all? All right. Zip. 2 cards. It's okay. They're really short and sweet. We got the whirlpool wisdom. Are they walking on water? um, delve into the whirlpool of wisdom where profound insights emerge from the depths of consciousness. Yeah, see, that's that aha energy they're going through. And then they have the echoes of the elements. There's someone walking there. Co-listen. So co-listen to the echoes of the elements, hearing the ancient tells, they whisper through nature. And it does feel like I do feel like they wanna, um they're thinking of getting away to somewhere warm, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I feel like they're thinking maybe a trip to the South. I don't think you live in warm weather, do you? So interesting, right? All right. Well, thank you for your additional donation. We'll jump down there. Let me put you on the list here. Hey, Maria P. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Oh, oh, let me uh, let me grab your free reading. We'll add it onto the list here. Let's see. So I've got Sudeshna. We'll jump to you. You have 2 for Sudeshna, so I'll do those. And then Maria, I think yours did come in there. Oh, you're so funny. All right. And so a second payment with questions. So all of your questions are on the second donation. So that's for all together. All right. So you'll be up after that. And we'll jump to your donations and then Crescent Moon, thank you for your additional donations. I really appreciate that. So times 2, we'll circle back there. We kind of did things reversals today. We did all the free readings almost first, and now all the donations. So everyone was out shopping. Did you have fun at Black Friday? Well, here in the United States, anyway. Black Friday is the day after Thanksgiving. I don't even know why they call it Black Friday. I was gonna look that up today. Go, why do they call it that? But um, it's all the sales and everyone goes crazy the day after Thanksgiving and being so grateful for everything that we have. Then we go crazy wanting more. At least some people do. All right. Okay. So cheers, everybody. I'm gonna take a quick sip here, and we'll get back into it here. All right. So Sudeshna, thank you so much for your dual donations. So here's your first timestamp, and then we will come back for the second one here. We'll give that a love and a like for the first one. So hello, hello. So any unexpected changes coming in the way in any aspect of your life, and what kind of change? Any guidance? All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, right. Any unexpected? Oh, I'm sorry, times three. So thank you, Sadeshna, for your 3 donations. Don't know why I only saw 2. All right, so let's see here. Any unexpected changes coming your way in any aspect of your life? Okay, so we got something. So that's the something, and then we'll find out what area of your life it is. It in here, and if it's a challenging unexpected, what kind of guidance, or if not, what else, right? All right. I'm just scooching them all over here. So I know when I start out something like that, I know it. I should just jump into the reading because the more I'm trying to explain it, you're like, "Uh-oh, what was that face spread? Is that?" It's just because we have the devil card on the bottom. The devil card is a card of it is the shaking and rattling card. The Saturn energy that rules over Capricorn. Saturn is the taskmaster. They bring in a challenge and shake our cage, but we get our reward. They give us like this is the work and this is the reward that you'll get. So they bring in a challenge for you. So it's an unexpected challenge that comes in here for you, but you also get a reward equal to, I can't think of the word, it's some big fancy word. We're not going to use it. We're just going to say equal to the reward. The reward is equal to the task. So we like that. So what is this unexpected change that comes in here? You do have the Hierophant. And it's interesting here because this is student energy. Sometimes it's seeing things from a different perspective, and that goes right in with the devil card energy. It's about trying to get us to see things differently from a higher perspective. So whatever we normally do things the old way doesn't work out. And the 5 is a challenging energy. It's a change energy. So it's an unexpected change, which is what you said. So there is this change. But you do learn a lot and glean a lot from it. What area of your life is this in? And you have the Queen of Wands. So this is about your passion, your drive. What's next to it here? And the 9 of Swords. Yeah, fears and expectations that come in here too. So we've got this energy here. And it's interesting that the devil card, Capricorn, rules over the 10th house of work. And then also, I felt like with the Hierophant, it has to do with learning at work. And so there's something, I feel like this is work related. And the Queen of Wands, because it is an energy of your energy of go, 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 go. There's this 9 of Swords, which is all the expectations of, well, this is the way things are supposed to go. I feel like this is where the rattling of the cage comes and goes, no, 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 no. This is the way we want you to do things. We want you to forget the way that you've been doing it and that everyone has told you and that you learned at school or in college or whatever. We want you to do it this way." And you're like, "What?" And you're like when we get into that, "Well, but this is the way it's supposed to be. This is the way I was taught. This is the way everything should unfold." They're like, "No." And I feel like this is where the challenge comes in because it's like, you guys are this is what you've been doing for forever, but now you're wanting to change, and it's adjusting to that change. It's unexpected. It's out of the blue. It's you didn't even hear anything about it. They just made this decision, and now everyone's having to scramble to fix whatever and change to whatever they're wanting to do. Um, I feel like someone didn't think it through, going, "Yeah, we're going to convert to this new system." So everything needs to get moved into it, and people are like, "They don't communicate. We're gonna have to find ways to patch it and get stuff loaded and correct it and fix stuff, but it's gonna be clunky to get it over there," and they're like, "Okay." And everyone's just like, "What?" So I feel like it's work related, and there's a lot of this, changing of things, on how things are done. It's almost like if the programming was this and it's a different language that it's being written in, different programming language or different types of servers or different types of we're going from mainframe to window based, blah, blah, blah. I was in IT for a little bit, but I never went to college for it or whatever. So just insert all the blah, blah, blah. All right. Yeah, Queen of Swords. I like this for you. The guidance is balance your head and your heart. Just know I'm going to do the best. I'm not responsible for anyone else's actions, anyone else's emotions. I'm just going to balance myself. That's all I can do. I'm not anyone's mommy. I'm not anyone's babysitter. I'm going to do my job. I can choose for me. Everyone else can freak out and complain and whatever themselves, but not me, right? Yeah, Two of Swords. I have my power of story. And so these came out together side by side. So it's any conflict between my head and my heart, I balance it, going, you know what? When I'm a millionaire, billionaire, and I have my own company, then I can make my own decisions. But right now, they pay me to do the work. I'm going to do the work that they're asking me to do. And there you go. Right. And it's like, that's fine. I'm gonna choose my story. I'm gonna learn and grow through this instead of, oh my God, everyone's choosing a low vibration. Rah, rah, rah. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna choose the high road. I'm gonna choose gratitude that, you know, um, I'm gonna learn through all this. I might even learn some new, energies. You know, um, so we've got that energy going on. So, and you have the Ace of Swords, yeah, underneath that, which is about clarity and growth. All this swords energy, it's really you can learn a lot through it. And that energy too. So so I like that. So that is what they have there for you. For that one, and we'll get you your fortune cookie too. So your first one will be from the Fairy Wisdom Oracle, and then the other ones are different there as well. So let's grab that here. All right. Pew, those cards come flying out. Let's see. You got trespassers. Here's my boundaries, right? Excuse me. And this is card number 56. Let's see what comes in here. Oh, the key word is boundaries. I think I'm channeling tonight. So clear, right? So fairies have boundaries too. They are usually in the form of magical spells placed around sacred places in order to keep out those who might I think it's supposed to be trample with their sacred objects. Oh, I'm sorry, no, it's tamper with their sacred objects. I'm just not reading right. They also have an invisible magic boundary around their realm. It's not easy to break through this boundary, but it can be done when one knows the secret words. Are you having trouble respecting the boundaries of others? Is someone not respecting your boundaries? And a third question is, what kinds of boundaries or limits am I placing upon myself? Ooh. These are questions to ask yourself in order to discover which area of your life you need to work on. You cannot expect others to respect your boundaries if you are not clear with them yourself. You must state clearly and honestly to others about where you draw your lines. So be kind but clear about your expectations. In turn, be respectful for others' boundaries also. Their business is their own. Be careful not to gossip or spread rumors. So there's that energy, not taking the low road that everyone else is complaining, and I can't believe they're doing this, blah, 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 but it's taking the high road, right? Be careful. Okay, so be careful not to gossip or spread rumors because I feel like people are going to get busted for spreading rumors. Watch that you do not loudly gab on your cell phone in public places, infringing upon the space of others. Boundaries can be trespassed in many ways, and it's up to you to think before doing. So, this card also invites you to consider the boundaries that we place upon ourselves. We often set these limitations on ourselves due to lack of confidence, self respect, or even lack of knowledge. Release any unwarranted restrictions that you have assumed. Release limiting habits and thought patterns. The dragon at your gate can either protect you or hinder you. What will you ask it to do? Wow. The little chant that comes with this says, I come to the fairy bridge and say the magic words. All false boundaries drop for me. I come with a clear mind and free spirit. I am open to possibilities. I am respected and I respect others. Harmony resides in my soul. So be it. And then the little um, dragon fairy here says, sneak into the fairy realm today. And that's interesting because fairy higher vibrational energy, it's sneak into there and allow your vibration to be that instead of this low troll energy. So I like that for you. So that's what they have for your first one there, Sudeshna. Thank you again for that donation. Let's see here. We have Sarah Taylor. Hey, Sarah. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, absolutely. You can get a reading. My PayPal, yeah, it's in the description box of the video. If you want to find it there, it's down in that. You just have to expand it down there. So yeah, as soon as you make your donation, I'll add you onto the list there. And we have a few in front of you. Yeah, so yeah, absolutely. I'm still taking donations. Um, and we'll see about free readings, but I am still taking donations. All right, so let's jump in here. Hi, good to see you. Hello, hello. I hope you're enjoying your. I'm not sure if you've been getting your emails on the Hedge. I've been sending them, and I think we're almost done with the Hedge. But if you haven't been getting them, check your junk mail. You're like, oh my god, I got all these to catch up. All right, so let us continue here. So we have Sudeshna for number 2. Here's your number 2, and then we'll circle back around for number 3 here as well. I'll give you that timestamp when we get there. So let's give your second one a love and a like. And the next 72 hours for you. All right, let's see what we got going on here. All right. So the next 24 hours. Okay. Then the day number 2, thank you. Day number 3. Okay, I want this one, but not all those. Right. Let's see what the energy is underneath these here. All right. Cards are just flying out. What else? Okay. This one here. This one here. All right. So the overall energy for the next 3 days, you have the Ace of Wands. So there's a lot of activity, a lot of passion, a lot of movement, a lot of go, 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 kind of energy that's coming in here. So I feel like you're picking up probably a lot of this full moon energy that's coming next week. And I feel like you're picking up around already. It just, you feel like your go, 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 go energy is like at its highest here. For the next 24 hours, you've got the 4 of Pentacles. So there is a bit of home energy, a bit of sitting, kind of, um, it's like the 4 solid walls in the outside world. So it feels it's solid, but there's also this energy here about where I put my worth, right? The 4 pentacles, the big journey is when I define myself by the 3 buckets of the outside world, relationships, situations, and things, I feel unstable because that outside world is, right? And so there's this awareness, this focus spotlight on my self-worth and where I'm aiming my definition of it, right? Underneath the surface for the next 24 hours, you have the 5 of Swords, which is a conflict, one between head and heart, but also an energy, of conflict with others as well. And I do feel sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't, that it's with other people. I am getting it here that your inner conflict is also reflected in the outside world. And there's some other, either people are conflicted or they're conflicted with you too. But it's allowing you to go and question, why am I caring so much about what they think about me and their definition of me? Because look at them, look at their life, look what they're doing, look at their how they are at me. And why do I care about what they think when they're just for no reason at all? And I feel like that you do over this next 24 hours, like, oh, my sound sound effects. Um, I feel like over the next 24 hours, that's really bringing some clarity for you. Because the second day, you have the star card, which is a very balancing energy, but it's also some bright light energy shining in the night. That's when in this kind of dark energy, this what feels like night, we see that's when we see the stars. We don't see the stars during the day, we can't. But at night, get to see something, and I feel like this kind of darker energy, lower vibrational conflict energy that's kind of wheeling about here, it's really bringing you clarity and you're able to see bright things even in the darkness, which a part of it is you're getting to see yourself. That star in the sky is actually your higher self. So here's your human and you're realizing who you really are and even some clarity around what your dream come true is. The underlying energy, yep, 6 of Pentacles, this giving and receiving, and the Knight of Pentacles, yeah. So again, there's this the Knight of Pentacles is on a quest about seeing things, not seeing things, but the quest of finding the worth, like the 4 Pentacles, right? They're in on a quest for the Ace of Pentacles, which is how they see their worth. And it changes from seeing their worth in the outside world because they're on a quest. They're out here trying to find their worth, and all they find is instability. And what we're looking for is self-worth, not retail price of the outside world. Retail price is what we feel we're worth to others, whereas self-worth is we go inward and upward and we find that we're priceless instead, right? And I like that. And that 6 of Pentacles is that balancing out. We talk about how when we're younger, 7 years old and younger, we have this sense of how much I have to give in order to see how much I receive. Well, that's what that 6 of Pentacles is. It's that I'm understanding that what I learned growing up about, you have to give 1,000 love coins to get one back or 1,000 abundance to get one back, that was not true. That's a lie. And you're gaining that clarity around that through this. And I feel like that's day 2 is you're really getting into that. And then day 3, yeah, you have the 6 of Swords. You're letting some old ways of thinking go to move into new ways of thinking. Day 3, you're moving from choppy waters to calmer waters because you're really going, I define who I am, not out there. So I feel like that's really sinking in on day 3 here for you. And that includes, yeah, Queen of Cups, really getting in tune with your own heart, your own self-love. Yep, in the 4 of Cups, emotional stability, with the 5 of Cups, which is the change of emotion. So, oh my god, all these cups energies below the surface. But that is what comes in there because you're realizing all my emotions, I'm the ruler of my emotions. The Queen of Cups co-rules with the King of Cups over the Cups emotional suit. But all queens are given a second portion of emotion, which makes them the master, even above the king of emotional energy. So, there's this great realizing I'm the one that gets to control my emotions. I'm the one that gets to choose how I feel. I can't choose how anyone else feels. And there's this calmness. I feel like that's where we go from choppy waters to calmer waters because we realize I can walk on water, this Queen of Cups, you know. Um, so I like that energy. I feel like it's a good growth energy, and you're finding a greater sense of your worth from the inside and realizing people are unstable and crazy out there. Why am I allowing them to define who I am? So I love that. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here as well for that. And then we'll look at your number 3 donation here. All right. And then for your second and third one, we'll be going to the elemental energies for your fortune cookie. For this one, we've got the geological wisdom. See if you can see that beautiful card here. Whoops. And it says, draw upon the ancient wisdom held within the layers of the earth, grounding yourself in timeless knowledge. So I like that. Grounding yourself in that knowledge, that 4 of Pentacles, Pentacles energy is grounding energy, right? So I like that. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for those. And then for number 3, you got 30805 here. If I can type, there we go. So here are your 3 donations. Thank you again for all of those. Give that a love and a like since it lets me. Take a quick sip here as I read. All right. So next week for you, love, career, health, and guidance. All right. Let's see what we got here. So let me just adjust something here. I just realized. Oh, there we go. All right. So let's take a look here, Sudeshna. All right. So up first, we do have love. Below the surface there. Career. Got career. And health. Of course, health disclaimer in the description box of the video. As you know, well aware of that since we've asked this question before about health. So disclaimer made. All right. And then guidance. I don't want those. They don't want those. Okay. They do want this one and this one and that one. All right. Let's see what we got here. We've got the 9 of Cups underneath the surface here. So there is a lot of this self-love energy with the 9 of Cups. It's like a dream come true, but sometimes I'll get like a picture of almost like a champagne fountain. If you ever seen those where they've got all these glasses, all these cups, and they just stack up and they fill the top one. And the top one is the Ace of Cups, which is your self love. And it, rolls over into and fills up the other cups that are going on here. So at the core, there is self love bubbling in here for you next week, which makes sense with your next 72 hours. It's like you're really getting in tune with who you are, and that influences your next week, obviously, right? So, first, we got love next week. We do have the Five of Swords. Yeah, there's a lot of conflict going on in the area of love that's coming in here. And so there is that conflict with people just in general. It feels like there's a lot of, which we have a full moon next week in Gemini. Um, Luckily, tomorrow, I think Mercury goes direct. So there's clarity, but we also, Saturn went direct, which is also shaking and rattling our cages with people in the outside world. So we do have a bit of conflict that's coming in regarding love, and any type of love relationship, not necessarily romantic, but friends, family, etc. So just be aware there's a lot of energy out there. Below the surface, you do have the Three of Wands, which is like choosing to go a different route than you normally would in conversations with cranky people. Yeah, so we got the Saturn, Capricorn energy, Saturn going direct, so they're confirming that below the surface. There's a lot of that shaking and rattling energy. Yeah, and it is a week of regarding love, really turning you into this being true to your authentic self kind of energy that comes in. So it feels like it's more shaking long held beliefs around what you're supposed to do and should do and must do regarding love. And I feel like there's just, you're really just going, I want to do things my way, not everyone else's way kind of energy. But I feel like you want to be true to your authentic self. And there is some inner conflict again, like we talked about in your last reading, but it's, you're working things out about, and everyone wants this, but I want this. And that's where the internal conflict is kind of there. For career, you've got the 10 of Wands and the Tower. Yeah, we kinda knew about that with, that unexpected change coming. This is definitely the unexpected energy, and the 10 of Wands is a lot of energy being invested there. So, it does feel like next week is when the proverbial monkey poo hits this flying ceiling fan on the ceiling. Uh, not directly at you, but just in general overall with, everything that's going on around there. So, um, underneath the surface, yeah, Page of Wands. You do take your energy. If you focus and you manage your energy, you can walk through any obstacle. Again, going back to your first reading, that unexpected changes, really take that to heart and go, you know what? I'm not going to spread rumors. I'm not going to, if I choose the low path, I'm going to get a big low path. If I choose the higher path and higher vibration, then I get abundance and fullness and more of this. And you're gonna see that other people are having a miserable time and having more things happen that don't impact you because you're going this route with energy. So you can attract different things. So be aware of your energy a lot next week at work. And then health, yep, Knight of Pentacles. Slow down, take it easy. The Knight of Pentacles, slowest moving night. Take time to rest. Take take time to care for you. That boundaries energy I feel like is important for work and going, no, I'm not going to work 80 hours. This is what I can do, but for my health, I do need to, you know, have I can't work all weekend. I do need a day off, or I can only work a half a day on this day. Have your boundaries, right? Underneath the surface, yeah. Again, emotional choice energy with the Lovers card. You know, if I choose lower vibrational emotions, I stress out my body. It goes into fight or flight. I hurt my body. If I choose love and joy and unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude and play and higher vibration, it helps my body. So be very aware, that your body's saying, um, your emotional energy impacts your physical workings of your physical body. Right. And then the guidance, overall, you have the world card. There's a victory energy, an ending of an old cycle, beginning of new adventures. So it's a week to start doing things differently, right? We can't keep doing the same thing we've always done and expect a different result. You know, you've been making changes, continue to make changes for you regarding this. Yeah, the Three of Swords. This is what the change expectations equal disappointment, right? So when we have that long list of supposed to be and should be and need to be around career, work, love, whatever, health, then we suck the life out of things instead of when we're in gratitude, that allows us to grow and expand in wonderful ways instead of restrict, contract, and draw that in, right? Yeah. We had the Six of Pentacles energy come in again. So we had that before, which, that's an energy of realizing about I deserve to give and receive, balancing my giving and receiving. And yeah, the Queen of Cups, again, coming in here, like the last reading that you had. So they're just kind of tying in all three of your readings together here, how important it is. But I feel like all three of your readings, well, of course, all three of your readings are about next week, but they influence next week. But it comes back down to the Nine of Cups. Everything in your outside world is a reflection of your love for yourself and your awareness of your love for yourself. And so that's an important focus. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's grab your last fortune cookie here. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And I'm excited. This is feels very pivotal for you here. And with that full moon next week in Gemini, there's a bit of balancing energy that comes in with all of that too. All right. So here is your card. Breathe the breeze of change. Which we talked about many things about unexpected change, right? Feel the gentle breeze of change, inviting shifts and transformation into your life. There you go. Everything we talked about, this beautiful ending of an old cycle, this realizing doing things for me and boundaries and looking at things from a different perspective can bring in a lot of change for you. So I love that for you. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Sarah, I haven't seen a donation come through for you yet. You said you were going to send a PayPal, unless you want that to be just a two-card free reading. If you want me to dive deeper, I don't see it come through yet. Let me know. I didn't get an email, but I can check somewhere else if you did send it. Usually I get an email though. Okay, let's see here. Let me just make sure where we're at. So, do, do, do. Hey, GNXO. Hello, hello. Yeah, I think here I'll still uh, I'll grab a free reading in there. We'll include that one here. Whoa. All right, there we go. Oh, you did send it, huh? Let me see here. Get mail. Get mail. Hmm. Oh, okay. Oh, bad weather. Uh-oh. Yeah, if you want to double check. If I don't see it pop up before, I've got Maria P and I've got two for Crescent Moon before that too. So if it it might pop in here. Um unless it didn't go through, then of course you can send it here. Let me get this better in here. There we go. All right. All right. I think I know where I'm at now. I'm trying. I'm like, where am I? Who am I? Oh, hey everybody. Okay. We're back on track here. Let me, let me just get these set up here. Uh, I tell you what. Alright. So, Maria P., you are up. Thank you for your donation via the PayPal. There it is, and thank you for your your dual donations. Um, yeah, I mean, the way you did is definitely a way that you can do that. Of course, if you ever send, like, a donation and forget to put your questions, you can either put it in chat, or if you want 'em more private, you can also email me. My email address is down in the description box. It's just bruddazen, BRUDDAZEN @gmail.com. So you can go, "Oops, forgot. Here's my questions." You can always do that too, for the future. All right. Just sliding off my chair here, my little pillow. All right. So Maria, whoops, wrong mouse. Got two mices. Did you get over your food coma? All right. So Wally's feelings and thoughts towards you today. Yeah, today's the day he's doing his bathroom work, right? Tiles, tiles, tiles. All right. So those are thoughts and feelings. Did he miss you today? Okay. And then when you show him pics of your day, does he like it? All right, let's take a look here. Okay. I feel like these are below here. All right. An update on the dark side. All right. PayPal just came through, Sarah. And then snowstorm is coming. He said, "Be careful and get home." Oh, he does care. I know. You must be in the upper north. You guys are getting a little bit of snow. Or I think it's all over the place, right? Yay! Yeah, no problem. I do see it, came through now, so thank you, Sarah. I love snow. We're not gonna get any. We're like I'm on the just east of the Rockies, Pikes Peak, Colorado Springs is at the base of it, and sometimes everything goes over us. But this time it's like totally missing all of Colorado. Like, oh no, I want snow. All right, so he does care. And then message from Wally. And then December for us and messages from Spirit. All right, there we go. All right, Missy. Let's see what we got here. So Wally's thoughts, we do have, oh yeah. So his thoughts, he was thinking about dreams come true and balancing things. We got Libra, Justice card energy. So there is an energy. He's been doing a lot of thinking today about, and it's interesting. I suddenly am finding myself working, and I feel like that's like they like doing tasking because when they do things with their hands, that's when they do a lot of thinking. Because they're kind of in this auto mode and doing this, but it allows them to process things. So they were doing a lot of thinking around emotional dreams come true and relationship energy with you today. Positive things, because the Nine of Cups is like dream come true energy, right? And then the emotions below the surface. Yeah, the Nine of Wands. There is this, I feel like there's this resistance. Um, And what I mean by that, it just feels like there's this block, right? They're not allowing themselves to move forward. And it's like, what's holding them back? What's holding them back? And I feel like that's kind of what they were looking at here too. With all this nine energy is the hermit energy. And so they were just kind of going, what's holding me back? But I I feel like they kind of were just keeping it's almost like because they were getting all dirty and stuff, doing tiling and all this kind of stuff. Like, I'm just gonna keep my emotions over here because I'm gonna allow my mind to think through things, but I can't feel things right now because I'm focused on my mind. And so this barrier feels like their mind going, if we're going to think about these things, we need to take emotion out of it for a moment. So that's where the balancing comes in. The mind's going, no, no, no. We can think about all the emotions, but let's not feel them right now. Doesn't mean they don't have them there. They're just kind of pocketed away, if that makes sense. So if you didn't get the emotional responses you did, just know they were in task mode. Um, which I was talking about that earlier. I let my host know, I'm in Capricorn mode because 'cause I'm Capricorn rising. So when I'm in task mode, emotions are over here, and I'm all I don't wanna hear stories. I wanna hear yes or no. Like, "Do you wanna do this?" "Well, I kinda did it." "Is that a yes or no?" Because I can be a jerk sometimes when I'm in task mode. Like, "Da, da, da. I don't wanna hear a story. I just need yes or no." So that's a yes? I'm so glad there's so patient. Yes, Brenda Zen is human too. Okay. All right. Did he miss you today? 5 of cups. Oh, sorrow. Yes. That's the low vibration emotion. Woo woo woo. So they did miss you. Yes, they did. When you show them the pictures of your day, how do they feel? 2 of cups. They like that. This relationship energy, 2 of cups, makes them feel connected. They like that. They like seeing it. Um, it also makes sure they see that you're not getting in trouble. I'm just kidding. The 3 cards underneath that, yeah, Leo energy. There's that Leo. They like your spark. Um, they like your expression of things. We have the Emperor, Aries energy, the fire energy, and the 7 of swords. Yeah, this is the it helps them realize when you're alone and you're sending them pictures of what you're doing throughout the day, it helps them with their insecurity, um, which we talked about before. So I feel like secretly it makes them going, "Yeah, you're doing all this stuff." Um, it just kind of subconsciously, if anything, allows them to go, "Yeah, your day's too full to be seeing someone else." That's too funny. Um, Updates on the dark side. 7 of Pentacles, yeah, slowness, but slow in making choices. You got the Chariot card here, but, there are choices being made, but it's slow moving. So they're making choices more on the inside, but things are very last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, right? There's also this energy that comes in, of course, when I focus in on, um, you know, whatever I'm choosing is what I'm growing. So the more I focus on wondering what's going on over there, the longer they will be over there. The more I focus on what I'm grateful about with what they're with me and how far things have come. And when I enjoy about things, then that brings more of that, right? But if I'm wondering what's going on over there, that makes that the attention and the energy grow that and extend it. So you actually help it go longer when we focus on it because it's also slowing things down. Then when I catch myself, I move into gratitude, right? Then that speeds things up. Higher vibration speeds things up, low vibration slow things down. Worrying and concerned about what's going on over there slows things down. So, good energy. I mean, good awareness to know that. Snow is a coming. He does care. Yes, of course he does. Yeah. Got the Ace of Pentacles, the 10 of Pentacles, gratitude, fullness of life. So they definitely care. I don't need to talk more about that. You know that. It's good to hear it though, but definitely this um fullness of life. The 10 of Pentacles is a relationship energy, this one. So they definitely want that. Yeah. And the Ace of Pentacles, they definitely want to be able to see you again. So don't die. Be safe. Get home. I like that. Message from Wally, right? Yeah. Let's see what we have here. Wow. Yeah. So the 10 of Wands is an energy that could be either burden or abundance. But when you add it with the star card, another dream come true card, and the page of pentacles, which is abundance, then all this means abundance and it's fullness of life. And I feel like they would tell you that you are like a dream come true. And though sometimes our relationship can feel like a burden to you, and admittedly a burden to me, that's human, it's normal, but I won't give up on it. You know, it's in comparison to other things, this is nothing. You know, the struggles you guys have, he goes, trust me, it's nothing compared to stuff that I've gone through. So trust me, you know, um, trust me. I feel like is the energy. That's his message. Trust me. Um, December for you guys, you got the Page of Wands, so there is more movement, more energy. The Four of Pentacles, oh, interesting, with the Queen of Pentacles. The combination of all these, reason I said interesting is because the Four of Pentacles is a home card. Um, but I feel like there's a lot of movement regarding home and the Queen of Pentacles with all of you guys here. So I just feel like there's a more movement, more birthing. It's nurturing, it's abundance. It's all positive energy. It's a solid foundation that comes in here. But the Page of Wands does tell us that, you know, your what you focus on is what does grow and expand in your life. And so much you have this opportunity of having a solid foundation or growth, um, depending on what you do with your energy, right? Because you're going to be drawing in. And so I just feel like it's important to know it's all about possibilities. And the, whatever we're focusing on the most in each moment is what we draw in, right? Message from Spirit. Six of Cups. Children, focus on your children. Six of Cups. Children are an important energy, but there's also this past life energy. And, you know, you've got all these hearts in these Six of Cups. Feel like, and it's not something that we've really talked about with them so much, but there is this energy of you've got, you guys have had past life connections and that some have been romantic, but you've had other um interactions, other characters, you know, foes, friends, brothers, sisters, in other lifetimes that you played a lot of different roles. So a lot of that emotion that you feel could be, you know, um something below the surface too. And sometimes emotions can feel so much more indifferent between the two of you depending on like astrological energies. If because some of them like around a full moon, things get expanded, especially if it's a water moon. This one's an air moon, Gemini, coming up next week, full moon. But like the full moon in January, early January, is in Cancer. So it's going to be a huge moon. So you might feel like this huge emotional energy and emotional connection. So I feel like Spirit is letting you know that when you realize we've had so many different lifetimes, it really just realize that this is one drop in a ocean of as many lifetimes as you've experienced, different expressions. And so sometimes it's like, why are you sweating one little lifetime, you know, compared to all the rest? Um, Sometimes it helps us step out and go, yeah, I'm taking this a little too seriously. Let me laugh and play more, you know? So it's an energy. Yeah. Your fortune cookie is all about reflections. Card number 58. So let's read that, which is mirror. And this is realizing that Every relationship, children, friends, family, lovers, work, peers, everyone's a mirror showing us what we want to see about ourselves. It says it's time to take a look in the mirror. You have something between your teeth. And I'm just kidding. What is that person you are angry at reflecting back to you? What do you need to change within yourself? Often, when we have problems with someone, we need to look at what we find disagreeable in that person and check to see if we're carrying that same quality. We cannot recognize something within another person unless we see it within ourselves first. Perhaps you get upset when you see someone cut you off in traffic. You tell yourself that I would never do that. Well, is there another way that you're cutting people off in your life? Maybe when someone wishes to talk to you, you tell them not to bother you. There are many ways that others mirror our behaviors back to us. Not all mirroring is negative. You are only able to see something nice in another person if there's something good in you. Ego is that human part of our consciousness. It is the part that is in touch with our external reality. Sometimes it becomes exaggerated. This happens when we have forgotten that we are one with spirit. When we remember our true identity, then there's no need to falsely inflate our ego self. We know we are intrinsically divine. Our egos become falsely inflated through lack of faith in spirit or in ourselves, since we're part of spirit. Lack of faith leads to fear and uncertainty. We begin to feel less adequate. When a person is secure within themselves, they will notice that their lives become more and more peaceful and abundant. It is just as it should be. The chant says, "O mirror of divinity, what is it that you reflect to me? Could it be that I need see that which is truly within me? So be it." And then the little message of this little fairy to you says, "Deflate your ego a bit today." A psh. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your multiple donations. I appreciate that. All right. Let me just get this up here. All righty. Take a quick sip here. Let's see. Anyone else? I think someone else popped in here too. Let me just make sure I got everyone done here. Do. Got that here. And Kita Moore. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Let's get you. I'll add you onto the free list here. I think I'll get to the free ones. I've only been on for 3.5 hours. Just have a few more donations to go. I did complete all of the free readings earlier. So if anyone is coming back and you didn't see your timestamp, you can just give me a shout out and say, "Hey, did you complete my free reading?" And I'll give you your timestamp. All right. Let's shuffle up here. We'll jump back into got Crescent Moon ×2, and then we'll jump to Sarah Taylor. That's everything, right? Yes. All right. We are refreshed here. So let's dive in. So, Crescent Moon, here is number 3. There we go. And then we'll circle back for number 4 here. So thank you for your behind the scenes sticker here. So when Sagittarius reaches out, what tower moment happens in their life? Also, what is it they will want to say? All right, we'll double check into that here. Take another sip here. Cheers. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. My pleasure. That sounds silly. All right. So, what tower moment happens in their life? All right. We'll verify. Is it because of a tower moment now? or have things changed? Is it a tower moment still that ignites? Thank you. No, it's not a tower moment. We got the 9 of cups. So it's not so much a tower moment because it's like the tower moment that happened is happening right now, right? This is their, whoa, what just happened? This lightning bolt of clarity coming in these storms is bringing flashes of awareness like yesterday. And then tomorrow, right? With friends. And so there is this energy of, well, no, it's not. This is kind of the tower, but it's not like a reactionary. Now it's my what's my dream come true energy. And it's because of that, of thinking through that emotional dream come true energy that um is coming around that. What part of their dream come true are you? That spawns this, right? And then uh what is it that they'll want to say, right? All right, that's it there. So the bottom energy under below the surface, we do have the 5 of swords. So they're still within all of this. They're still conflicted. You're like, duh. Probably all their life, right? The mind and battling with their heart, right? That's always this is the troublemaker, the noodle. It's the one that interferes. It's the older sibling picking on the little child, the little brother syndrome, right? Because the brain is the 7 to 14-year-old, and our emotions are our 7-year old and younger. So it's, you know, I tell you, pick, and they're kind of our brain is the middle child because our physical body is our 14 to 21-year-old. So that's really our older sibling, our the middle child, and then the baby of the family. That's funny. I never heard that before, but that's so true. It is that energy because our bodies, if we're not listening to the other 2 children, our body will get our attention so that we'll pay attention to them. So they are like the older babysitter, they're like, well, if they're not listening to you, here, oh, what's that? Oh, why is my back hurting? Well, because I don't feel supported, the emotional energy or whatever. It's interesting when you get into all that, but we won't go into that now anymore. So, but they do have this struggle going on in there. And then let's see, what part of this dream do they feel you are? We'll take a look here. Let me just back out of this thingy here. It keeps popping up. There we go. Queen of Cups. Yeah. You're their personal witch. No, just kidding. Very intuitive, you're this emotional support, this heart, this, you know, place of emotional security, this space where they can emotionally express themselves. They feel safe with you. Um, that they could talk about anything and they don't feel judged. They do feel unconditional love from you, with that Queen of Cups. Also the 10 of Wands. It's interesting that you are also someone who shakes their cage in a way because the 10 of Wands can be um, either a burden or abundance, and you help change their viewpoints and you help them change their energy. And they look at you as someone that can take their what is it? It's this fire tornado, and whoosh, and bring it into it's almost what they showed me. If you ever saw any of the Fantastic Four movies, it's the one where Chris Evans was the hot, flame guy. Um, and I forget, um, not it's not Jessica Biel, but whoever played the invisible woman, she could do a shield, and when there was gonna be this explosion, she put this giant shield around it, so the explosion only happened inside there, and that's kind of the energy that I saw is, like, you help contain their when they go supernova, too much energy, you help bring it you help transform their energy from, um, someone that's focusing on burden and to you help turn their frown upside down. You help transform their energy from lower to higher. And then four of wands, yeah, there's joy, celebration, marriage card too. So they see you as someone that you know makes a good partner. It's just and it's stable energy, but they have that kind of thing. They see you as my dream come true is that you could be that. I mean, you can't make that up, right? Um, what is it that they want to say, right? Temperance, patience. You're like, no, but there is this is Sagittarius energy, temperance card, by the way, but it is they would wanna say, I want to take my time and getting to know each other again and make sure it's something slowly built, lasts forever, and that way we can make sure that it's something that we both want, and I feel like it's more to make sure that you can put up with me. Is, what I feel like here with my Sag ADHD-ness, like, can you put up with that ever-changing, all over the place energy and world, right? And you're like, "Yeah, because I'm gonna I'm gonna sneak." I was gonna say Prozac, but that's not what you do. What do you take for ADHD? That, because 'cause I'm gonna put an extra dose of that in your coffee every morning to bring you down. It's not Prozac. Prozac is something else. I forget. My host has it. I just forget what it is right now, but you know what it is. And then what else? Yeah. And it is Adderall. Thank you. Yes. I'm gonna add some Adderall. Well, and then we have the other part of the conversation is the 7 of Wands and the Queen of Pentacles. And there's this kind of duality that comes in with that because there is this, the 7 of Wands is I gotta be true to myself. I can't shrink. I have to be this is who I am. And 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 you're either gonna be okay with this or you're not. Excuse me, there's a great I haven't plugged this in this hour. The Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins. Such an amazing book because it talks about um how how to love difficult people is how this what it opened up to. So that can help. But it's she talks so much about relationships in here and um how to make sure you're choosing a love that matches you and all that kind of stuff in here. It's an amazing book. I just finished the book portion. She has um, two more chapters that you download and access that she added later that has to do with children and people at work. But it's an amazing book, and it is kind of that realizing what are deal breakers, what aren't. You know, um, if we complain about what someone's doing, we're going to push and pull, and it's not going to be it's just gonna make them resist more. It's really an amazing book. If you guys haven't read it, I highly recommend it. But if you wanna be with the Sagittarius ADHD, it's a wonderful energy book. But that's the 7 of Wands is that energy, and I gotta be me, and I can't shrink, and kind of energy. And the Queen of Pentacles is the nurturing, the mother nature, mother nurture, loving yourself too. allowing them to love themselves and then finding that in there. So I feel like that's a big piece of the conversation is, you know, I need someone to support who I am, and that's probably their biggest fear is that people grow tired of their inconsistencies and all over the place, um, and they don't understand where it's all coming from, um, and they take it personally instead of seeking clarity, being curious instead of being judgmental. And I feel like that's because of what they've experienced. They don't come across very many people that will put up with them, as they would say, right? Interesting, right? Let's see here. Your fortune cookie is radiant reflections. Beautiful energy there. That says reflect on the radiant energies within and around you, discovering the beauty in every facet. What a great energy, right? Because it's realizing, especially when they're talking about radiant energies, it's exactly that. And looking at the beauty. And I love that. Like, um, I love she's my best friend. It's not romantic, just if anyone's wondering, it's not. I'm gay and is too, which makes it very totally opposite, right? But I love her because one of the things I love about her is with her ADHD, she doesn't look at it as a disability. She looks at it as a gift because focusing on 500 things all at once can have 5 conversations going at the same time. And, just a wide variety of things, but it's the whole thing is you can look at it as a gift instead of as a curse. And instead of looking at it as an irritation, you can look at how can we make this, an amazing thing instead of a challenge, kind of energy that comes in with that. So that's what they have for that one. I love it. All right. Hey, Jojo, welcome. Good to see you. Hello. Yeah, you absolutely can. So let's take a look here. So Crescent Moon, let's go into number 4 here for you. So thank you again for your multiple donations. So grateful. Let's put this down here. There we go. Come on, mouse. The mouse tail's in the way. Whoa. Okay, there it goes. All right. Move that out of here. All right. So thank you for your additional third eye, private eye emoji, and of course your donation as well. So how did P interact with C over Thanksgiving? Words and attitude on both. As you may sense, this is not a romantic read. Yeah. Also, what will unfold as a result of their recent interactions? Oh, yeah. Let's take a look here. Yeah, it didn't seem romantic at all. It feels kind of like Sherlock Holmes and who is his, what do they call it? His nemesis. It almost feels like, whoa. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. All right, we'll take a look here. And Jojo, did you want that to be a free reading or did you want to be a deep diver one? I'll put it in the free for now. Just so I don't miss it. All right. All righty. Let's take a look here. So we'll dive in here. Spill the tea, third eye. What can we know about their interactions here? So let's start with attitude. Thank you. So P's attitude, C's attitude, double attitude. Okay. And then tell me about P's words. And then tell me about C's words. Okay. Oh, I got like one card, but then with this and this, I'm like, oh, so it's like I feel like P says one thing, and then C is like this, and then this, and then this. And it's like, whoa, 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 wow, okay. It almost feels like C is more talkative, more expressive, more um, doesn't have to breathe as much. It's like, oh my gosh, breathe so I can get a word in edgewise. Let's see here. What will unfold as a result of their recent interactions? Let's see. Anything else besides this one? I feel like I got this below the surface here. All right. Whoa. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. Bottom of the deck, we do have their overall energy is the Five of Pentacles. A lot of conflict in the outside world, a lot of expression of conflict in the outside world. But at the root of it is a lot about lack, and the fear of not being enough, is the root, which is the root of most of our our own, blow ups and all that kind of stuff, right? All right, so let's take a look here. P's attitude. Page of Cups. It's interesting. It's like P tries to keep a positive attitude. In their mind, well, let's rephrase it. I feel like I try to keep a positive attitude, and people are like, maybe on your planet, but in their mind, they feel like they try to have a positive attitude. Whereas with C, their attitude, they also feel like joy, 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 and hope. My attitude is joy and hope. This is funny because neither of them see the mirror that they are to each other. In in each of their own minds, they feel like, "What do you mean? I don't," because oh, this makes sense because how they grew up, because that was the norm that they grew up in, they think that's normal, and they're like, "What are you talking about? That's not negative, that's normal life. Ha, ha, ha." You know? So, it's funny that they don't see the mirror and like, "I'm hope and joy. Me, I'm all happiness." And the bystanders are, "Oh, pfft," it's like you're drinking your coffee. "What did you just say?" Cheers, by the way. Interesting. Alright. But it does have to do and that makes sense with the Five of Pentacles, the feelings of not being worthy, not being enough. Both the environments they both grew up in were that kind of energy, right? Alright. So, P's words. Yep, that's next. So P's words, what were P's words like? Fiery, Queen of Wands, kind of bossy, kind of authoritative. I know you need to do what I say. I'm a queen. Yeah. Scorpio energy. That makes sense too. Stingy like a scorpion. Do what I say or else energy. And the King of Swords. Ooh, master communicator. A know-it-all energy. But I do feel like P can back it up. Like they do know a lot. And I feel like they might be someone who would be like, no, really, Let's Google it right now. Because they know what they know, and they're like, "Look, here is the answer." Um, but that scorpion tail can sting, and the Queen of Wands, that fiery. But I do feel like if you go along with them, you're fine. But it's if um, if you question them or disagree with them strongly, and for them strongly is, if you disagree with me, then they can go into psh mode, right? But less, I'm not going to say less volatile, but I just feel like, because I'm trying to think of someone in my life, they're trying to show me like someone that it's like, yeah, you kind of just, yeah, yeah, yeah. But if you start to disagree, they start to, it's like a cat that their fur starts to stand up, and you're like, okay, yeah, but I can see where you're coming from, and I would, yeah, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. Yeah, I take that back. And then they're like, psh, and you're like, all right. Sometimes the best answer is silence. But it's not that extreme. I feel like they allow enough to hear what people have to say, even though in their mind they know my way is the right way. But I feel like if they don't know, they're open to listen to other people. But if they do know, then right. So I feel like the words were between the two. But they know exactly what buttons to push. And that's that Scorpio energy. They have this knowingness of just that's why they say one thing and they get three responses from C, because they knew exactly what buttons to push. Wow. You want to see a monkey do a trick? Watch. Boop, boop, boop. All right. Now let's see what the words of C were. Yeah. Argument. Challenge accepted. I'd have to disagree with you. Oh, how dare you? Conflict, conflict, fight, fight, right? Ready for a fight, ready to disagree. It's like someone who likes to debate, but really, that's what they say. I like to debate. No, you like to argue. And so I feel like that's an argument. That's the conflicting energy. I don't feel like it takes much for them to get into um, conflicting words. And so they don't choose their words carefully. They just they use those words that just rub everyone the wrong way, right? What else did they say? Six of Wands. Oh, yeah. It's interesting that with the Judgment card and the Six of Wands, all this is about being seen. This is about someone that's usually up on a horse being seen, and then the Judgment card is being in a crowd, having a crowd see. So, the things that they say are for dramatic effect, and the words that say, you know, they know they're the ones that are gonna get attention from people. I'd almost get like this third, like middle child energy with them, where they they don't wanna compete for the good attention. They know I can monopolize the negative attention. So here I am, here we go. So they know what things to say to really, even though I'm arguing with you, I'm now pissing off like 5 other people at the same time, and they look at it as an achievement. Um, Political things, religious things, all the things that should not be said at a Thanksgiving, you know, right in the door, wearing a T-shirt, you know, screw someone, and they're just like, Maybe if we throw hot gravy on it, they'll change shirts. Let's see what else we have here. We have the Empress and the 10 of Cups. So it's interesting here, um, because this is joyful, joyful, joyful. The Empress energy is about, it's very emotional, nurturing energy too. So this is an interesting, because it almost feels, you know how we can have crocodile tears, can have crocodile smiles, crocodile, fake, fake empathy, like, "Oh, yeah, I know where you're coming from and blah, blah, blah." And then it's almost like, "Look at this hand," while this one smacks someone upside the head. "Look at the happy puppet." But it's all for attention, and so much of this, again, it goes back to childhood, and I can just see how they both had to create this form of communication to compete with family and to compete and stay in that energy with everyone, if that makes sense. So hopefully that all resonates and makes sense there. But wow, talk about popcorn. Boot, doot, 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 doot. Here's the circus. So let's see here um what is the result of this that comes in here. Got the Knight of Cups. Yeah, so there was movement of emotion here for sure. Um, yeah, emotions were moved. It doesn't mean romantic emotions, like we said, but there definitely, is this movement of feelings, emotions, definitely. It didn't move as far as move it from extreme to the middle, it moved it further apart, right? I feel like things that were said were very personal. Um, like I can see C I can see C saying, only an idiot would believe blah blah blah. And again, five people believe the same thing and they're just like, what did they just say? Ruh-roh. So there was a lot of movement, but the markers weren't moved inward, they were moved further away. We didn't move closer, we reinforced the barrier or the crevice, the canyon between them. Yeah, 3 of Wands, there's gonna be a change of direction with the 3 of Wands. Um, we've got the Hanged Man. There's this pausing, this cocooning. It's almost like I don't wanna say a punishment, but it's like, I can't send you to your room, so I'm sending you to the cocoon. You're gonna be over there, and I'm gonna be over here, kind of energy. We even got the world a significant ending and a new beginning kind of energy here. And we do have this mirroring the 12 and 21. Ooh, December 21st. So we got this 12 and 21 energy coming in here. And I feel like it's a separation of going different directions. Yeah, because we even the 3 of Wands, 3 and then 12, 1 plus 2 is 3, and of course 21, 2 plus 1 is 3. There's all this 3, 3, 3, and there's like, it almost feels like there's this 3 different paths everyone goes on. Some people go this way, some people go this way, some people go this way. So it does feel like that it not only causes a great rift where it's like, you have to go that way, I have to go this way, we can't be around each other anymore kind of energy. It also, some people choose not to have anything to do with either of them either. So it's like, whatever, if this was a group, it goes off into 3 different directions. Wow. Did they get it on video? Did they load it up to YouTube? They might have a viral hit. My gosh. Craziness. All right, let's take a look here. All right. Fortune cookie. Yeah. It's fiery passion. It's not necessarily, you know, that type of, energy. Ignite the flame of passion within, drawing on the transformative power of fire to fuel your desires. But it's not, we know it's not romantic, and you know, it's not like opposites attract and there's this sexual tension between anybody. It's like, no, it's just fire. It's just a firestorm, right? Here it comes, a giant comet. We're all gonna die. It's like we survived. We have survived the Thanksgiving comet of 2025. But I do feel like there is this huge rift. That's the word I was looking for. Rift that happens between people that I don't feel like a lot of people go with C, but I feel like people go with P. A person maybe goes with C, but um, a large group is like, I want nothing to do with either of this. We're just tired of it all, kind of energy as well. So interesting. Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Hep yourself. I'm going to complete Sarah's here first, so you can feel free to donate and put your question, and we can definitely dive into more. I know, right? All right. So, Sarah Taylor, thank you so much for your donation, your patience, and getting to your reading as well. So, thank you. Here is your timestamp. All right. And then let me just make sure here. So positive outcome if you go out with Mick. All right. Then you have noticed and you paid attention. Okay. Oh, good. So you did see the hedge emails. Okay, good. You never know with emails these days, so I'm very glad. It's been interesting watching who came in and who stayed away. Some interesting ideas and values coming up. I love that. So good. Well, hopefully you've been enjoying it. That is good. All right. Hi. Oh, your cat loved the healing too. Yay. I love it. Beautiful energy surrounding the situation. All right. So thank you again for your donation via the PayPal. I appreciate that. And let's take a look here. So based on current energies, um, would you consider it a positive outcome if you go out with Mick? Because Spirit's point of view is everything's a positive outcome. We learn, we grow. It's an adventure. There's no wrong outcome. There's no bad outcome. It's all good from their standpoint anyway. Our humans are like, so that's why we'll look at here, and we'll get details in here too. So let's take a look. Will you think it's a positive outcome if you go out with Mick? All right, got those. This is below the surface. All right, we'll do that. And then what does this look like? We do have that. We do have these. Those. Two one of those. I thought there was one more. Is this it? Let's see. I feel like there's one more underlying. All right, there it is. Two. All right. Yeah, things that make you go, All right. Well, the bottom of the deck overall, you do have the Hanged Man, which it's about seeing things from a different perspective. It's cocooning, like a transformational cocoon kind of energy. So, um, that can go a variety of different ways. So they're kind of looking at it as it's all about perspective. It's all about, are you seeing it from the human perspective or the higher self perspective? Kind of what I was saying. It all depends. But let's see here. We did specific. That's the bottom of the deck. These two cards are the answer to, would you see it as a positive outcome? Yeah, you got the moon energy. um, and the Hierophant, 2 major arcana. It's interesting because it's like hidden things revealed and seeing things from a different perspective, and, the Hierophant number 5 is they're an instrument of change, that comes in, and there's this, kinda, um, growth energy that comes in here. So I feel like there's a lot of revelations that come from it. A lot of growth. Major arcana, so it's significant. Let's see what's below the surface here. Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, Page of Cups. So you do learn a lot about nurturing yourself and self-love with these energies. And it is a bit of happy energy and this, but it feels more here that this would be a stepping stone energy. This isn't like a, "Oh my god, you're my soulmate," and I feel like this past life connection that takes us and, this is more of like, "Okay, I learned a lot about." It's funny in Mel Robbins' book, this one here, The Let Them Theory. I have to plug her book again. Um, she talks about dating isn't trying to find the one. Dating is the process of finding out what you do want and what you don't want. It's not about finding the one, it's about finding out information. And I love that. I love that what she says in there. It's a great book about dating, friendships, relationships, love, and everything else too. It's a quite a more than I thought it was going to be. Even though I thought it was going to be an amazing book, it's really the last 2/3 of it just blew me away. But that's kind of I feel is going on here. It's like it on one hand, it's like, oh, it doesn't turn out the way my human wanted it to be, where I found the one. But from a higher standpoint, you realize I learned a lot about myself. I learned about what I do want, what I don't want. It revealed some emotions for me, but I'm also learned a lot about what I don't want. Right? It's like I thought this is what I wanted, but not that. I do not want that. I do not want that. And I don't need to um, like diminish my standards. It's like I know what I want and I know what I want for me. And that. So I like that. So I know, right? Let's see what else they have here for you too. You do have the Four of Pentacles. Yeah, it's a good reminder here. One of the things you learn through their interactions is when I define myself by my relationships with other people, or the other 2 buckets of situations and things, I feel unstable because people are unstable. When, someone's inner child feels unsafe or out of control, they definitely, you know, change and they go into reaction mode, and you're like, "Who is that?" You're not who you were before. It's because 'cause they're not. They're their little seven-year-old self or six-year-old self, whatever age they were at when they had their original pain, they revert to that age, and you're like, I do not want to raise a 2-year-old. I want someone emotionally mature. But there's this, you know, mirror showing us about our own worth, and it returns us back to where we find our true sense of worth, which is inward and upward, right? Where we find we're priceless when we're unconditionally and eternally loved, instead of focusing our definition of our worth on the outside world, right? Which is what we're taught. The 3 buckets of relationships, situations, and things. Relationships of any kind, parents, everyone else too, right? So that's coming in there. So okay. What else? Yep, King of Wands. It helps you to determine what it is that you want, and then you put a plan together and you put action behind it. So again, reaffirming that it helps you realize I'm the one in charge. I don't have to like settle. But if I'm like, then eh, you know, I'm I'm gonna say no to that because I can, right? You also have the King of Swords and the Temperance. Feel like you learn a lot about patience with communication. Um, and you gain a lot of clarity here too around not rushing, but when you take your time, instead of thinking that these red flags were carnival flags, you realize, "Oh, red flag." That's funny. It's true. When we rush into things, we miss these things. What was that? I don't know. Alright. We're like, "Oh, I needed to go slow so I could see these things." So the importance and the benefit of going slow, I feel like you would learn with them too, which is funny. Oh, wow. I love that. And then you also have the Page of Wands and the Four of Cups. Yeah, there is an energy here of, this is like emotional stagnancy, passion, upgraded passion. So it's more you also learn that you're able to recognize how some people would um they can't give a whole lot emotionally because they've learned to express themselves through passion and not through emotion. And I feel like that you would recognize that with them is that they'd be like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, they can through actions and energetic and physical attraction, but the emotional piece kind of feels like there's a little bit, but then it just kinda stops, like, this is as much as they can give because they don't have a whole lot of self-love, but they have more than normal than, I would say, the people of the past. They've got more where you're like, "Wow, they've got a lot," but in comparison, it's saying, "You've got more compassion than Hitler. Yay." That doesn't say much. But I feel like there is this energy here of you recognize that they do, but then it kind of stops at a certain point because we can't give more love to others than we have for ourselves or receive love from others more than we have for ourselves. So we can only give and receive to the extent of our own self love. Below the surface, there's a lot of joy, a lot of celebration. I feel like they have a great smile, they laugh, they have joy, they have a great sense of humor, especially for being deaf. But I feel like they kind of, you know, um, make jokes and use, that with things too. But I feel like there's this joy and you're able to go, yeah, they enjoy play, they enjoy laughter and doing things that feel joyful, right? Um, and then the devil card underneath, Capricorn, Saturn energy below the surface. Again, that kind of reinforces my that, yeah, but they are a stepping stone. They are someone that you help them learn, they help you learn about yourselves. So it is that kind of energy that's there with the devil card. There's also they're quite intellectual. So sorry. So I feel like they've got it's interesting communication, um, because they really have to choose their words. So it's interesting with that, right? But I feel like you guys connect on a cerebral level too, with that Capricorn big thinker energy. So let's see here. What's else for your fortune cookie here? Okay, maybe this one right here. Let's see what we got here. Beloved. Oh, boo doo boo doo boo doo boo doo boo boo. But I feel like, yeah, and I think they do revert to, that's that childhood. They revert to a child. Adoration. Oh. So who do the angels and elements adore? Who do they serve joyously and tirelessly? You. They know of the great work that you are here to do on earth, and they do their very best to aid you. They watch out for you. They whisper answers in your ears. They help heal you when you are ill and comfort you when you're sad. Because of them, you are never alone. They are always at your beckoning. Family members or friends who have passed on help in these capacities too. If you become quiet, they'll give you a sign. Could be a feeling in the forehead, a gentle wisp through your hair, a sense of a hand on your shoulder. You can always call them and they will come to you. And this card reminds you that your helping beings are thinking of you. Can also be telling, I'm sorry. It can also be telling you that you have an admirer on the earth plane too. Yeah. If you do not know who it is, ask the angels and elementals to tell you, which you know who it is because we're talking about them. But remember that you are beloved. Always be yourself and know that is good enough. So that goes back to our you don't need to lower your standards or change things. You get to be you and ask for what you want. Others will love you for who you are, not for who you might think you should be. Recognize your incredible uniqueness in this world. There's no other like you. There's no other person who can fulfill your destiny on earth. Adore yourself. So that is that energy of returning back to this is almost like you're parenting your inner child. The chant says, I rejoice in my divine nature. I am unique unto myself. I have come to earth to fulfill a destiny that no one else can fulfill, to do a job that no one else can do. I love myself completely on all levels. So be it. And it says, ring a bell for an angel today. I don't have a bell nearby. So ring a bell. Ding, ding, ding. It's interesting. It reminds me of that old movie where every time you hear a bell, an angel gets its wings. I forget that it's an old movie. Yeah, to the friend zone it is. Yeah, but it's also if you know that I'm gonna learn a lot about myself and through it all, there's no wrong answer, right? All right, that's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation, and glad you enjoyed the Hedge experience. We've got, I think it's a couple of days. We have the final of that. So um, also offer additional hedges if you ever want one. So they're amazing. I'm actually doing a special hedge for someone right now. It's a business hedge for their business. Um, and so I'll create special hedges for different focusing on different things if people ask me and I'm like, yeah, I can do one for that. And I like it. Creativity. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Enjoy your evening. All right. I think that, and then Crescent Moon. Thank you so much for your additional donation. My goodness. So grateful. Here is your boom. All right. And let's see here. Oh, and Swaroop came in too. Hey, Swaroop, good to see you. Sorry if I didn't say hello. I didn't say hello to you. So hello. Add you to your list here. All right. So AO caught in the middle of PNC dynamics is M and T. Between P and C, which direction will they choose? What will they look like? What will that look like and when? You're gonna make another donation in thankfulness for its depth. Oh, oh, okay. No problem. Thank you. So let's dive in here. We'll do the AO. AO. Ayo. What was it? And I wanna go home. Ay, ayo, ayo. Shut the door, keep out the devil. That's a different song, I think. Thank you. You're so generous. I'm so grateful, President. I appreciate that. Wow. All right. So let's take a look here. So M and T are caught in the middle between P and C. I was going to say almost because T comes after P. Be funny if it was really literally in the middle of the alphabet, but close. So which direction will they choose? What will that look like and when? All right, let's take a look. So we're gonna drink some lemon water for this one because I think I'm out of coffee. Well, I got a little bit, but let me take some lemon water here. So first, I want to know: will they choose the same? Let's take a look at that here. We'll just get clarification. Yeah, 10 of cups. So they're joined together. 10 of cups is the relationship energy. So they always, not always, but they have a united front in their choice. So that tells me that they will both choose. They're not going to go. They're both going to choose together. It feels like they're like, yeah, we're going to go this way. All right. So is it um so P or C? Let's look at the energy here. P or C? All right, so P's energy, I have the 5 of cups. C's energy, they've got the 8 of cups and the hanged man. Yeah. So I feel like they do go P's direction because C's direction is this is walking away from relationships and emotions that don't serve you anymore. And here's that the exact card we got with the you are being cocooned. So I don't think I can get any clearer message on that. And the 5 of cups energy, it's a sorrow energy, it's a lower vibrational energy. It's in a way they kind of feel 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 that P kind of chooses sorrow, chooses lower vibration, but they kind of get more like we will help them turn their emotions around. So I feel like they would feel like they can, I'm gonna say change, not necessarily change P, but I feel like they can influence it. Like, let's say this is a better way to say it that they're bringing in that they're more changeable. Like they're open to change more than C. C is like hopeless. It's like almost like there's nothing you can do. You know, at least there's a chance that things can transform with P from their standpoint. Yeah. So, what will that look like? Okay, so how will this look like here? What will this look like? Okay. Yep. And then the when. I don't feel like we're going to use the bottom of the deck for that. I had the 7 of Pentacles, which is like forever. But let's see. Or, yeah, we'll see here. Based on current energies, when's the when? All right. But what is this going to look like when we make the choice in here? Yeah. Here's the hope, the star kind of energy. It's interesting that I feel like did you ever see the old Christmas, um, the Christmas stories that they put on, the little kids ones where it's like and it's the old animated, and they had an elf named it's funny, Dennis the dentist. He wanted to be a dentist, he was an elf, and they had the abominable snowman, and Rudolph, was in it, this little thingy. Um, it's like an old an old one, but what they're bringing back to me is when, in the end, the abominable snowman, um, th they found out that he was really kind, and then he put did you love that one? I love that. Um, and he put the star on the tree. That's what I'm seeing here is, you know so I feel like it's Christmas time, is where this unfolds because they choose to go to their party, like a Christmas decorating party kind of thing is what I was is kind of there. And so it's like that's how it's shown that I do choose you. We'll be there. Yes. Or do you need help putting up your tree? We'd love to come over. It's almost like that kind of energy. That's funny. Yeah, a new beginning, full card. Here's that ending of old cycle, beginning a new adventure. It's a fresh break. It's just like psh, they just no expectations, no. It's all about possibilities. It's a fresh new start kind of energy that comes in with this here. But it feels like it's zero, so I feel like it's just a cutting completely off energy where that happens. Let's see, do they communicate it? Yes, they do. Oh, yeah, they do. Wow, all right. 7 of Swords and the Page of Swords. So the suit of communication and the 7 of Swords is conflicting energy too. But I feel like they do tell them because I feel like, pardon me, C does reach out to them and they're just like, I don't think we just don't like the conflict anymore. Um, so we're just going to choose not to communicate anymore. And they're like, wow, what? And maybe not as blunt, but close. I just feel like there's this clean break and going, I just don't feel like we want to be around the conflict anymore. I don't feel like you have to finish a conversation. I feel like they're like, fine, blah, 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 you know, because I feel like it doesn't, they're not gonna, C's not gonna beg, oh, please be my friend. They're gonna be like, more like, well, screw you. You could just, you guys deserve each other anyway. Have fun. Click. It's like, whoa. I just feel like it's that kind of, you don't have to worry about it. When will it happen? Yeah, the sun will come out tomorrow. You can bet your bottom dollar. Yeah, that's funny. Is that Annie? um, wow, because July 23rd, August 22nd, that doesn't feel right at all. But this is Leo energy, but it doesn't feel like the sun. Maybe it's more around a Leo moon. Let's see. We have our little, oh yeah, they're right here. Underneath this book. Make sure I'm looking at the right year this time. We've got a little. I'm not related to any of these. I have this Llewellyn Daily Planetary Guide that I get every year because one of the things I love is that it does give us the moon cycles and signs at a glance. And let's see, Leo is here. Ooh, okay. So Leo, the moon goes into Leo Sunday the 7th. So next weekend. So Sunday the 7th through Tuesday. Yeah, pretty much almost all the way through Tuesday, depending on where you live. Um, But, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday of next week, I feel is when the communication happens, um, there. Yeah. That's what I'm feeling with this Leo energy. Interesting. Um, anything else? So that's how they'll choose, who they'll choose, what that looks like. Um, let's see, anything else we need to know about that situation there? Yeah, I feel like it's a good. I don't well, I feel like the only one that's really butthurt about it, right? It's usually because who starts things. Yeah, but kind of unwittingly, it kind of feels they're just matter of fact and just being themselves. I don't feel like well, with C, I do feel like they're like in the beginning, I don't feel like P intentionally started anything with C, but I feel like because their personalities are so, with each other that P knew, let me show everyone who C is. Let me push the buttons and watch. Look at. Let's see, this is M and T. So M, because we have M and T, right? Yeah. All of them. They it feels like they jointly choose together. And will T choose P or C? Okay, I'll pull specifically. I feel like they both choose, even if C is their mom. I feel like they. It's like they go more with P. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't feel like that's for this here. Let me grab here. Let me see here. Stop. There it goes. All right. So we'll take here. So M, are they going to side with P or C? And will T choose P or C? So will T choose P or will they choose C? All right. So, okay. So M with P, they have the Four of Swords. Yeah, here's peace of mind, rest. C is the Two of Wands. Yeah, the devil. No. Um, I mean, I feel like the peacefulness, I mean, this would be like choosing P. M will choose P, is what we said before. C, the Two of Wands, because that's like the change of energy, but it just feels like they're too back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. They're too unstable. Is the way that with the two of wands because it depends on the mood, and they're like, I'm just tired of being around, someone who's maybe they're bipolar, but it feels like they're suddenly, you know, "Rah, rah, rah, rah," and it just switches on a hat, and they're like, that's why I feel it's peaceful. I can have peace of mind around P, but C, it's like, I don't know, it depends on the moment and that instability. So that reinforces what I was talking about before. T, well, they choose P. Got the Four of Cups, emotional stability. So they like the emotional stability of P over C. C, we do have the Page of Cups. And that, that's like when they're in a happy mood. It's almost like this. The other is, um, well, when they're in a happy mood, it's not like I'm choosing them though. It's more like putting up with them, you know. Um, when they're happy, yeah. When they're not happy, no. That's what M feels like, When they're happy, but when they're not happy, no. But I don't like the inconsistency. T feels like, well, I don't mind being around them when they're happy, but they like the stability of P over C that comes in here. So it does feel a bit, like I said, well, do you guys want to come over for Christmas? Or whatever. And they're like, no, I don't think we're not gonna be able to do that this year. Maybe they're like, we're gonna go to M's parents' house. Maybe next year. But yeah, I mean that just it feels like again that stability that they like with P over C, even if it's their mom. It just it's just like no, I'm just you know it still feels that way. Especially you know you're welcome. Sorry, you do. I almost read it all. It usually zoom zoom. All right. Oh, and fortune cookie. Let's get a fortune cookie. We'll do a fortune cookie for each. Since you gave an extra donation, we'll do that. So let's do a fortune cookie for P and a fortune cookie for C. Just what anything else? Oh, two for C. Okay. So for P, we've got Lush Life Force. Absorb the lush life force of nature, revitalizing your energy and invigorating your spirit. Yeah, it feels like that kind of energy in comparison. For C, we've got aerial inspirations, yeah, which says reach for aerial inspirations guided by the winds of possibility to new heights. And they've got earthbound bliss for them too, which is funny that it's a little Alice in Wonderland almost, but it's a child energy. Find bliss in your connection to the earth, reveling in the simple joys of grounded existence. But it definitely feels like, it's a good Is it C that says we shouldn't see each other for Christmas? Oh, is that the one that went to their room on Thanksgiving? um, yeah. If that's mom, right? If that's mom, um, the one from Thanksgiving, is that the same person? Because if that's the one, then that is that who said, you know, so and so's going to go here, so and so's going to go here, and so I just think we shouldn't have our gathering. Yeah, so it was them that had said that, and that's why the Sag was like, "Ah, wow, Christmas is canceled." But then they're also like, "Oh, that's not a bad idea." At least based on current energies, right? All right. Wow, what an adventure. All right. Well, thank you again for your multiple donations and for a Christmas story. The revenge. Dun dun dun. I know, right? Crazy. You're so funny. Thank you for your sense of humor and all your donations, all your love, all your support, your kind words. I'm so grateful. All right. So I'm almost at 5 hours, but I've got one, two, three, four, five um, free readings, and I'll complete those. And then I do need to sign off. I'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Mountain Time and tomorrow night at 6 p.m. And then again on Sunday. Don't forget, I will be having a drawing, one 15-minute personal recorded reading from the donations and one personal 15-minute personal recorded reading giveaway for the free readings. What I'll do is after I finish this, I will pick the winners. I will signify them on the pinned comment that will be on the video shortly thereafter the ending of this session. And then I will also post a um, social media post on my community tab of my YouTube channel and on my Facebook and Instagram and threads. All those are listed in the description box down below. Oh, you will? You're going to stay up, huh? All right. So let's jump in here. So, Maria P., thank you for your donations earlier. Here is your timestamp for the freebie. Oops. Stop. There we go. All right. And you'd like a general for you and Wally for December. All right. Let's take a look here. What do they want for here for December? This one and this one. So, one thing they'd like you to know, well, you got the Eight of Pentacles and the Six of Pentacles. So wonderful energies. There is this feeling of fruition and abundance in the outside world. Six of Pentacles equal giving and receiving, but it's also an abundance energy that you have enough to give. And the Eight of Pentacles is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. You start to see the progression and the fruit of your labors as well. So it feels very flowy, abundant, um, abundant energy regarding your relationship. So it does feel like things are flourishing and growing, and you guys are feeling the smoothness of things in especially the external world coming in there. So I do like that for you. Anything specific about what that is at all? Anyone? 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 Bueller? No, nothing. So that's what they're going to tell you here is it feels flowy in the physical world, it feels like abundance for you guys in December, both individually and together, kind of energy. So I like it. All right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. Many blessings to you. And then Jean XO, we have you right at 454 even. There you go. Happy Friday. So you want to know what are eyes, thoughts, and feelings towards you currently, and also the bottom of the deck. Underlying energies. Oh, okay. There we go. So there is thoughts and then feelings. I'm here. I'm here. Remember here thinking of all the child cartoons. Remember Horton Hears a Who? when they were all chanting, "We're here, we're here, we're here." All right. Underlying energies, we do have the 10 of swords underneath. So that is an energy, of I'm tired of trying to live up to everyone's expectations. I just don't want to worry about what everyone else wants. I am just tired of trying to please everyone. So it's kind of like this no roles, no expectations, no intentions. I just want to be free, right? Um, but the thoughts they have the 4 of pentacles. So there is this energy focusing on stability of home. It's like 4 walls, stability of home, but also an energy of what is this? Oh, sorry if you hear my stomach growl. Growl, growl, growl. Guess what? I'm gonna go have some more chicken when I'm done. Buck, buck, buck. But there's this. What is this? I'm looking for. I mean, it's the energy of the 4 of Pentacles is trying to find the definition of my worth in the buckets of the outside world, right? Of relationship situations and things, but I feel a strong connection to I'm defining myself and my worth by what I have. Money, possessions, body, things, not relationships or even job, education stuff. It's more what my job buys is more important to me. It's like I've learned that my foundation has to do with my money and what I have and what I drive and what I live in and how I look and how I dress and it just feels like they're really drawn into that because I feel like that's what they were taught growing up. It's like maybe their dad was that or their mom was that or they both were that, but it feels like they're very focused in on that. And that's what their thinking is right now is I got to focus on my stuff. I know, right? um Feelings towards you. Yeah, Page of Pentacles. It's all about my worth in relationship to the outside world. What does being with someone, what does that make me look like? Does that bring me to a new level? Um, but there is a little bit with the Page of Pentacles of yeah, another opportunity to meet in the outside world kind of energy. But it all comes down to the coin. It all comes down to the worth energy that comes in here. And it's funny that they I don't want all these expectations, but all those expectations, um, yeah, but it's about worth though. It just feels like it's people become an asset on their profit and loss statement. It's almost like that's how it appears for them, which is common in humanity, but it just feels kind of what is it called? Transactional, you know? But it's because of how they were raised, it just feels like it's like, um, that's how they felt their worth was determined, so they're like, "This is the way it's done," right? Okay, yeah, and that makes sense because it feels like, you know I was gonna say, like, mom might be, "This is how, a relationship should be, you should be the provider," right? That, almost like they maybe were taught well, maybe from dad, right? Well, what women look for in a man is security, and that's financial security, kind of said, right? He needs to stockpile money. Wow. All right. Well, there you go. So that feels like that has to all happen first, and they're very focused on that. Interesting. Well, hopefully that helps, Gene. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. I'm sorry, my stomach is like suddenly growling like a crazy rah rah rah. All right. You're very welcome. All right. And Keita Moore, you are up. Here is your time stamp. And will you get an articleship before December ends? And will it be a small firm or medium or big firm? All right. So, will you get an articleship before December ends? So, based on current energies, that and will it be small or big? Okay. We'll see by that card. We'll see if it'll tell us. Will you get it before? Well, there's a possibility. You have the King of Wands. Wands energy is about possibilities, and the King of Wands is like getting out of our heads and getting everyone else's opinion out of there and going, what is it that I want? Is this what I truly want? What my heart truly wants? If it is, then I'm going to put a plan together and put action behind it. And if I focus in on higher vibration energy of gratitude and what am I grateful for in my life? Then I draw things in. If I have a need or want or fear energy, I actually push it further away. So it's up to you. If you're focused in on raising your vibration to joy and laughter, like I said, and gratitude and play and um, what I am grateful for, you can draw it in. Would it be a small, medium, or big firm? You've got the Nine of Swords. The Nine of Swords, since we're using this to represent the size, a 9 would, of course, be a larger firm when you're looking at between 1 through 10, kind of energy. So it would be a larger firm, not the largest firm, but almost. It feels like it's a larger one there. Um, yeah, even though they're standing in front of like a medium sword or a small one compared to all the others. But, I do feel like with that energy here, it's saying also the Nine of Swords is about fear energy, and it's about, well, the size of the firm also depends on the limitations of our fears. If I'm focusing on, "Oh god, a large firm isn't gonna hire me," guess what? It's not gonna hire you. If you're like, "I'm so grateful," and it's like kind of a surrender energy too, that we surrender to the universe and going, "You know what? When you go into gratitude, it's not about future and this. It's about, I'm so grateful that you're going to bring the perfect firm and the perfect timing in the perfect way. This is what I would like. You ask once. Spirit is not forgetful. We don't have to ask every day. If we start asking every day, then that becomes need and want, and that's lack energy. And then we push it away. But when we stand gratitude, we ask once and then gratitude about everything else that we have and have had is how we draw things to us. So hopefully that makes sense, Ankita. That's what they have for you. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Jojo, you are up. Whoops. Come on. There we go. So here's your timestamp. Whoops. Maybe. Maybe it is definitely time for me to get off here because I'm having trouble typing. All right. A read on UNO. All right. We'll take a look here. Oh, all right. One and this one here. Wow, a lot of swords energy. You got the Queen of Swords and the Ace of Swords. I mean, Queen of Swords holds the Ace of Swords. Um, and this one has the Ace of Swords too, right? It's interesting that the Queen of Swords feels like your energy, and that's a balance between head and heart. And she rolls over the sword suit, so she knows how to communicate and all that. But it feels like it's like a child with a sword. And I just feel like O doesn't communicate as clearly, and they have trouble communicating. Like you have a balance between your heart and your head. I feel like with the Ace of Swords, feeling like O's energy, like they get into their head, but they just don't. they can't communicate their emotions clearly. You have the ability to communicate your emotions with your Queen of Swords energy here. But then with the Ace of Swords, it's like that child should not have that sword. Take that away from them. um, and it does. It feels like, the ace is the little, Aries baby born energy, and you're a queen. You're almost at the king range. So you're on totally different sides of the spectrum of communication. And whereas you come across as someone who's like a perfect fit, they would leave you lacking kind of energy. I kind of feel here with this energy. It's like you're a five-fingered glove and they're a one-fingered person. Yeah, you're plenty for them, but you have four empty fingers of the being the glove. You're like, well, one piece of my life is filled, but four of them aren't. And I just feel like they're not on the same playing field as you are, especially intellectually, communicatively, being able to communicate emotions. It just feels like they're kind of new, kind of maybe socially awkward a little bit, if that makes sense. Um, yeah. So I feel like that's the energy they just want you to know right now. So hopefully that helps. All right. So many blessings to you, my friend. And then lastly but not leastly, we have Swaroop Bobby. And a next week reading, please. What's coming towards you? All right. What does Spirit want you to know that's coming towards you here? All right. You've got the Eight of Swords and the Six of Wands. Good flowy energy with two even numbers. The Eight of Swords is an energy of letting go of mindsets or thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you anymore. And anything that made you feel like you were blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small and powerless, any of these mindsets, these stories from the past, opinions of other people, getting those out of your head and clearing those away are what bring you this Six of Wands, which is an energy of, excuse me, of victory and standing up and standing out. So I feel like you have an opportunity to stand up and stand out and to do something that you wouldn't have been able to do before. You wouldn't have allowed yourself to do before because you always were able to do it. But these beliefs are what held you back. But if you let some of those go, it allows you to step forward, and you do, it does put you in front of people, the important people, but it's a victory. You are celebrated for what you achieve with it too. So I feel like it's kind of a nudge to take a chance because this opportunity that comes up, something that you normally go, no, it's okay. Like you really want to do something, but you're like, no, it's all right. But then you do it, and people are like, wow, it's like singing karaoke. No, I'm just kidding. You're like, "No." But it is about getting up in front of people. It doesn't have to be singing, but it's like presenting something or trying something or, taking on a task or, I just feel like it's that kind of energy. So, hopefully that helps while we're that's what they have for you. So many blessings. All right. Well, I'm going to sign off. If you guys haven't, entered the full moon drawing that we have next week for the rest of the year. Every new moon and full moon, I am giving away a 30-minute personal recorded reading and or a hedge of peace and love if you want to choose that. Also, all of my stuff is on sale. My personal readings and my hedges of peace all the way to the end of the year if you're interested. All this information's down in the description box as well. And the playlist for my podcast, The Easier Path, is also in that. This link here is for the most recent of my podcasts that came out on Thursday. This one's called Changing People. And I do read a little bit from Mel Robbins' book that I've been raving about. It's an excellent book. The Let Them theory. It's a beautiful. There's a let me, We let people be who they are because we can't change them, but, um, letting me is what am I gonna do with that? Am I gonna I get to choose what I have in my life too. So I like that. It's a very powerful book. I highly recommend it. All right, everybody. Like I said, I'll pull 2 winners here in a moment, and then I'll pin the comment, and then I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. Rest well. Dream well if you're getting all these full moon dreams already, like I am. Enjoy those, and we'll see you when we see you. Much love. You guys take care.